Don't let the enthusiasts.
I just spoke to one about it, she knows about it, so, says it's 6/17, in private, 6/17.
I know. And I've been on the.
It had to have been, but how was it set up?
I couldn't find it that quick because it was not.
I could look at the index and see.
Yeah, it went up one time, nobody did.
That's what I have so far.
Is that the same one you emailed?
I'd like to welcome everybody to our December 30th workshop at 10 a.m. We're going to get started on the agenda. I'd like to welcome everybody that's in attendance. We're going to start off with item A on the agenda, and that's where we're going to adopt the minutes for October, November, December. Does anybody have any questions about that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You're gonna do those separately, huh?
Well, we were going to group them together. Is there a reason?
No, I think you should separate,
And that's why,
because I don't think you're gonna get a vote on November the 4th,
and why.
because you all had a meeting without us.
No, the Attorney General said that
And
is
the
not
other is
true.
That was his opinion.
So his opinion doesn't count, it overrides your opinion?
Yeah, I have my own opinion. I mean, why would his opinion override my opinion?
Because he's the state attorney,
That's
Herbert.
an opinion. Like I said, just separate them and then they'll.
Opinion is like
once they get
whatever.
passed, just
He's
separate
the
them.
Everybody
state
have-
attorney.
Terry, I can separate them, that's no problem.
Okay, we'll separate them. Is there any other questions about, A?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So the recommendation from Mr. Minifield doesn't mean anything?
I have a question, are you gonna resign on the 31st like you put your letter in for?
Excuse me, sir?
I have a question, are you gonna resign on the 31st like your, resigning letter said?
No, sir, he's
No,
not.
Well, why?
because I extended for 3 more months.
We,
I asked him to stay.
on behalf of what?
On behalf, we need him to be here for the work.
You want me to go,
Yep.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes, just like you
I
said. why should we
figured
wait till you-
that.
Well, he stayed. But anyway, Mr. Minifield's opinion doesn't matter either,
Like I said, my opinion matters.
just your opinion, okay?
Now, I'm not voting on it. I mean, I'm just one vote. I'm not voting for it. Separate. I'm just 1/5 of the vote.
Wanda, if you'll separate those three.
Okay. But can I tell you that the first time I wrote the minutes for November the 4th, I put, you know, that y'all left and the meeting was adjourned. And then I had in the minutes that after the meeting was adjourned, during general discussion, the National Night Out Block Party hosts were recognized. And Mr. Minifield's the one that told me to take it out. He told me to take it out. He said, Wanda, when the meeting was adjourned, the minutes stopped. I said, okay. I took it out because Mr. Minifield asked me to.
Okay, item B on the agenda. We've got to elect a mayor pro tem for the year 2020. What's everybody's thoughts on that?
At the beginning of the year last year, we said we are gonna start from A and work it all the way back around.
Okay. So,
So we started with C.
We started with C because he was the senior member of the council, and then we said then that he should be mayor pro temp, and then we would start back over the following year. That's what we discussed.
In the past administration, there was no certain way that they did the mayor pro tem.
All right, well, we can vote on however we want.
There was no certain order.
so what are y'all thoughts on that?
Well, I'm nominating myself.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
I would do, after we started with C, I would go down the alphabet and go with D.
Okay.
That would be my recommendation, not necessarily Keith, but because it's District D.
But the only reason you started with C was because I had the most experience. It wasn't because you wanted to get it.
No, we did.
No, actually, I was on the list for mayor pro temp at the beginning of the year.
There's no certain order. One that can tell you.
Yeah, Bill Cox.
There's no certain order.
You could stay with the senior person if you wanted to the whole time.
So we could stay with Vincent if we chose to?
That's what the council wants to do.
Okay.
I mean, we're not here to decide who it is now. We're just
No.
here to see if it's gonna be on the agenda.
That's correct.
Ah,
Okay, so we'll run down to C, and that's the appointment of Minden Main Street, board member for downtown. Mahela, would you like to tell us about that individual that y'all?
Well, the, Main Street Board or myself, recommending Mr. Ronald Swaffer. And he's been helping and volunteering with us, for the last several months. So he is, familiar with what's going on in the events that we do and would like to serve. He is in District A. The person that he is replacing was in District E. We have presently, we have one person in A, one person in C, several in E. So we have another person coming up for, the terms expiring, in the next few months, and hopefully we can get, at that time, we would like to get somebody from District B on the board also. But that's our recommendation, is Mr. Ronald Swaffer.
Anybody have any questions about that?
I'd like to know about some background professionally.
He is retired, from General Motors. He worked for General Motors in, Shreveport, and then they shut down and left and went to St. Louis. And then he retired and came back to Minden, where he's from. He graduated from here.
Anybody else have any questions about?
Who's on the board right now?
Who's on the board right now? Alicia Adams, who is a downtown merchant, owns Hers Bridal. Larry Gibson, who owns a downtown business in the district, and then Harris Corner. Jeff Lee, who's with B1 Bank, which is downtown. Lauren Davidson, who is with Minden Medical Center. Deborah Cooksey, who's has an accounting firm. And then Thomas Adams is who he would be replacing. He was on the barber shop downtown. And then Lindsay McLaren.
So how many people on that board, on that commission?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
How many from District A?
Right now we have one.
On B?
One, no, none. We don't have any from B.
C?
C, we have one,
D?
none.
And E?
E, we have, we had 4.
Hmm.
But one of them's going off.
So that's three.
And another E will go off in the next couple.
But as of right now, is 4. The one that's about to leave is, from E, so that's 3. And none from B or D.
Not at this time.
Okay.
Does anybody have any more questions?
Now, we had a discussion that whenever we did these boards and these commissions, that we would make sure each district was represented. So why were we gonna put someone on there from District A when we already have a representative from District A? But, cause we said that we were going to ensure that each board, each commission had a representative from each district.
That's correct. But,
Which one
Parliament
don't
Henry,
have
you gotta have somebody that wants to
B and
volunteer.
D,
you gotta have somebody that wants to volunteer.
Okay, I know.
Yeah, and it's hard to get people to volunteer sometimes, cause this board, unlike a lot of boards, this is a manual working board. I mean,
Okay.
it's a hard board.
You don't have anybody from B?
Or D.
Mr.
No,
Gibson,
sir.
where you from?
A.
A? Okay.
And this other person that's being recommended is from A.
Are there any more questions about that? No, we'll go on to D. We have an appointment for the Minden Planning Commission. Mr. Cool's not here, he's on vacation, but the person up, that they would like to select to put on there is, Steve Wilson. He's from District C, which is, Mr. Bradford's district.
Steve, weren't you on the board already, a committee? You not on the committee already?
This committee?
Different committee. Let's see.
I'm on the grounds committee for up here. Yes, sir. But if it's a problem, I don't have to be on, not a problem.
Do you have the areas of those people that's on that, committee?
No, sir, I don't have that.
I ain't got a list.
I know, Joanne McWoodson is on that committee. She's from District
B.
A, B, yes, District B, you're correct.
Sarah
District B.
Haynes from E.
Sarah Haynes from E, Steve,
Brian.
from E. I'm not sure who else is on that board.
Wanda got us a list once
There's
upon a
a-
time.
We could
There's
get
another-
Tracy on the phone and she could tell us real quick.
I mean, don't you have a list on the computer, cause you sent it to me once before?
I can go look and see.
Yeah, I think you had sent it to me a while back.
Let me go look and see.
While she's looking that up, we'll come back to that. Let's look at the condemned properties. We got one, with the Noah family.
That's it.
That's in District C.
What is it?
It's the Noah family, Artie Noah,
Yeah.
District C. Do you know anything about that property?
Yeah, I go talk to Mr. Cooley. It needs to be condemned.
Okay.
I don't know the owner.
So do you want us to go ahead, and move forward on that, bring it up at the city council meeting?
Yeah, I mean, they need to be notified that, we have, I think it's beyond repair, so I think it needs to be, that's my opinion, I'm Mr. Cooley, as to give his.
Well, from the picture I'm looking at here, it looks pretty well.
Yeah.
It looks pretty well done. Okay, we will leave that on the agenda for just one item.
May I say something? When these condemnations occur in a certain district, I think it's up to that city council person to make that motion. And because I'm not familiar with this, and, you know, I think the councilman representing whatever district should take the lead. That's what I've seen that's happened in the past.
So Vincent, if
I
you
don't have a problem.
okay, you good.
All right, thank you. I don't have a problem with that.
Thank you very much.
And Linda Miller was in B.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're gonna move back up to D. Mr. Baker, that's who I couldn't think of, that was on Door Street, he was in A. So,
And Steve is in what, I'm sorry?
you
Steve
have,
Wilson?
yes, yes, ma'am.
C, okay, thank you.
Steve Wilson will be replacing Linda Miller, that was in District B.
So are you gonna continue to be on the grounds board?
Yes.
It's kinda good that he's on the grounds board since this is the.
Well, it's
facility.
building and grounds, it's this
He
building
manages
here and
it.
the grounds that go around it.
It's not parks and recreation, it's just the facility here. And then when two of these others roll off into E, we get somebody from the last remaining district. We're trying to get them all, a representative from each district. Any more questions about that?
What district did you say Linda Miller was in?
B,
She can't be, she's not in B.
She was in D.
she's not in D. If anything, she would be in, Tarika's district.
On Louisville Road?
Is that early, is
Yeah.
that, is that close to the park?
Yeah.
It's right across the street from the tennis court. So she was in A.
Tracy told me she was
That's
in
not
B
A.
as in boy.
That's not A.
No, that's my district.
No.
That right there, that way is my district.
D?
Yeah, that's in D.
And there's no
East and west. You know,
No,
east and west. that
Yeah,
side-
but
that side is
the
me.
back side, when you come down east and west,
Mhm.
Tarika, isn't one side of east and west in your district and the other side?
Part of it, yeah.
Part of it is splits.
Well, how does it jump across A?
It's nowhere near A.
No, A's not,
It's nowhere near A.
it's, I'm pretty sure that's D, but that's okay.
Okay. I'll find out for sure,
So
just
B?
make sure.
D.
Yes, sir.
Anybody have any more questions about that? Okay, the F on the agenda is a memorial sign at the Men and Recreation Complex.
I'm just trying to figure out why it's even on the agenda.
Well, it doesn't need to be,
Yeah, it just needs to come down, so we
Okay.
do it right.
so we'll just take it off. Okay, then G,
What
got
Hold up.
What are we taking off?
a memorial sign at the Men and Rec Complex.
So the sign, that means it's coming down, it's not on here, it doesn't need to be on here for discussion, but that's with the understanding that the sign is coming
Well,
down.
My thing is, it doesn't need to be on the agenda because the city doesn't own it. The Booster Club owns the sign.
It's on city property.
They've not, I know it's on city property, but they've not donated it to the city for us to vote on it to take it down or leave it up.
That don't make. Mr. Mansfield, how does that work?
If it's a city property, the city is the one who determines whether or not it's to stay there or be taken down.
Okay.
But if the Booster Club hadn't donated it,
You don't have to donate it.
It's on city property.
If they hadn't donated, you're trespassing. They have to have a legal right to be where they are,
okay,
to have it there. And they don't have a legal right, not to my understanding.
okay, so do we leave it on the agenda or take it off the agenda?
No, what we're saying is, it shouldn't be up there, it should be took down like yesterday, because like you said, it's trespassing.
So who would pay to take it down? Who
I
You
mean,
paid to put it up?
yeah,
who paid to put it up? The donor paid to put it up.
They were trespassing, that's what he just said.
Well,
They
they
didn't
donated,
have-
so,
They didn't have the right to do
so the Booster Club is trespassing.
it. They put up a sign, that's what he just said.
So the Booster Club should pay to have it taken down?
I mean, you don't
I'm
think,
just asking.
you don't think the city should pay to?
No, I don't think the city should pay for it, absolutely not.
Okay.
who put this booster club together?
The Booster, who's on the,
No, who,
You know the answer to that,
can you,
Herbert.
I would like you to say it.
The
I
mayor
asked,
asked me to do it because it was on my platform when I ran for office.
So you put the committee together, the board for the booster club?
No, I drew up and had legal help to put the Booster Club together, the Booster Club elected its own officers.
I mean, who got the original people to elect the people? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Where did it all come from?
They were nominated
Who
at the
selected them?
meeting. In one of the meetings,
You would have known that had you come to any of the Booster Club meetings that the council was invited to at each city council meeting.
No, correction, I mean, the council was never invited.
Oh, Dorita, they were.
No, you announced, no, ma'am, you announced that
Oh.
it would be a Booster Club meeting. You never one time said the council is invited to the Booster Club meeting.
Really?
Really, roll the tapes back and look at it.
Excuse me, Mr. Mansfield, I have a question. To even form a booster club to represent the city, I mean, how is that possible without any approval?
I don't understand.
Like, they formed a booster club that represents city property, City of Minden Recreation Booster Club. We can just form committees,
No,
so
you have the council approval when you deal with the city.
you gotta have the council approval. The council never approved on the booster club to be formed in the first place.
so there again, we got,
There again, we just have violations of ordinances are out of the city charter. That's what I'm seeing a lot of.
so Mr. Minifield,
Yes, sir.
how are the other organizations in town, how did they organize their nonprofit clubs?
I have no idea who you're talking about.
The Main Street,
Or with the planning
Main
commission
Street
and
and,
stuff like
and the
that.
residential district.
The Main Street,
So they
all that
represent.
came through the council. Because the council, it's the same Main Street you're talking about. The council is the one who pays for that.
Minden Historic Vegetable District.
Yeah, they've been involved with that. In fact, they created it.
When was that approved, do you know? Do you
You
have
know,
some-
several years ago. What's that?
I was
name?
I was the one that started that,
You may have.
and I get council approval.
Yeah. But it did get council approval because they helped funding it. What's that lady name that was fired by the mayor?
Odom.
Patty Odom.
Yes, Odom.
The city was paying Patty Odom's salary.
Mhm.
So,
And
But
they
then,
say
the,
that
but Main Street started long before Patty
It-
Odom
it-
got
they
here.
may have, but I'm talking about the city became integrated into that system and they was paying Patty Odom's salary. They thought they had the right to choose who replaced her.
mhm.
They didn't. I remember.
Now, this is not the Main Street Board, this is the Booster Club or whatever you want, it's a Main Street Historic Vegetable District, which is a 501c.
I know about the downtown Main Street section, and that was a residential section, living in antique houses.
Okay.
See, it was over all of that.
That's a
I
separate one.
was aware of that.
Okay.
I'm not aware of anybody that running around doing things on their own.
Okay.
They had to back in the city because they were paying her salary. And,
These
But
two
downtown-
nonprofits were paying her salary?
I'm sorry?
You said the nonprofit organizations were
No,
paying her
the
salary?
city was paying the profit for her salary, Pat Odom's salary.
From Main Street, from the city Main Street, but we're not talking about Main Street, the city Main Street.
I don't know what you're talking about now.
We're talking about a separate organization, Historic Vegetable District.
Okay, what do they do now?
They raise money to do things downtown, such like they put the fence up around the ash tree.
Okay.
They paid half of the striping of all the downtown parking places. They revitalized the gazebo and rebuilt it.
Okay.
Didn't they replace some of these street signs with blue signs and stuff and do all that?
No, that's
Different?
a different 501.
Sorry.
You know, Mayor, I'm gonna put it like this.
Could you research that for me?
Yes, I will say that.
Thank you.
But I like to say this, you know, sometimes, there are things that go on in the city that may be improper,
Mhm.
but nobody complains.
Well, that goes back to where I asked you
It's almost
for,
like a tree falling in the forest, you know, if there's nobody there to hear, it doesn't make a sound.
That goes back to 2 months ago when I asked you for a list of stuff that we've done wrong, that I wanna know from the past administration.
Well, you know, let me put it like this. I thought when you asked me to do that, you asking me, what have you done?
No, not what I've done. You
But I
said,
mean,
you
know,
said for
you know,
many years
really,
things
I
have
mean,
been done
I
wrong.
try to do everything you ask me to do, but I have a lot of things to do rather than go back and research to find out what the city did wrong, that kind of thing, you
Okay.
know?
Okay,
I'm not running away from it,
okay,
but you know, you all keep me pretty busy. you
I
know?
understand, we do.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we wanna leave the sign on the agenda or off the agenda? Off or on?
You can put it on the agenda.
Yeah.
I don't see why it should be on there, but you can put it on there.
What's the consensus of the rest of the council? On or off, Mr. Bradford?
Leave it on.
Ms. Walker? Okay,
May have some discussions from other people.
okay. To adopt, item G is to adopt the Parks and Recreation Sports sponsorship schedule.
Hold on.
Sir?
You still didn't say who you gonna pay to take this down.
Well, we have to decide if it's gonna come down. We have to vote if it's gonna come down before we decide how it's gonna come down.
Okay.
I don't think he got his question answered about who actually did the paperwork, the legwork, everything to put this booster club in place, because Pam said you told her to do it, so we're trying to see who.
I asked her to organize the Booster Club, because that was part of her platform. Mr. Gray, will you answer her question about the
This before
the
Mr. Gray.
organization? He's the president of the board.
But if this was before him when all of this started to take place.
Yeah, she organized it. She gathered everybody up and advertised it to get it going. Yes, she absolutely did that.
We had two interest meetings that were open to the public, and we had probably 20 at the first, about 10 to 15 at the second, and at the third. Each time people that came up would sign a piece of paper saying if they would be interested in being on the board or helping out the Booster Club, and then at the third meeting, the people that were on the list that had made the meetings were voted on to become board members and asked. They would serve 2 or 1 year terms. So that's how the people got on there. If that answers the question.
Did that answer your question, Ms. Walker?
That's how
My
the board-
question was answered, I wasn't concerned about how the board members were chosen,
sorry.
it was about who organized it, that was the question.
Ms. Bloxam
Yeah,
organized it.
yeah, so my question was answered.
At various times, I asked different city council members if they're chair stuff or organized stuff or stuff like that, and she did that. Item G, adopt the Parks and Recreation Sports sponsorship schedule. This is, do you have the list of that with you, Joel? Mike, would you pass that out
I'm sorry.
to them, please?
We've got it here.
Okay,
Is that the new one?
they've already got it.
Yeah, I think so.
We need to table it.
Yeah, I think so too.
I got to get some more information on that.
You want me to, is there better than the question?
What type of additional information do you need?
I
Mr.
wanna
Brown?
see the original contract.
The original
I've
what now?
already talked to,
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm trying to see the original contract for the Power Park when it was built. Because I think it said that there wouldn't be any, banners or anything on the field. I just wanna see the original contract.
That contract, you're talking about the Coke contract?
Yeah, well, it's the whole contract for the field.
The only contract I'm aware of was the Coke contract that expired in 2011.
It's the Coca-Cola
Yeah,
contract.
okay. I'd like to see it.
You wanna see the Coach contract?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, again, this is your booster club telling us how they're gonna put banners, company logos and all that. There needs to be some research done into this.
Besides we'll have that contract in your box.
I just said let's table it.
So you wanna,
I still see stuff in here that I wouldn't dare vote for.
could you?
Naming of the field, buy your sponsorship rights. I'm just glanced at that,
Even with it being, businesses only.
yeah, but I just need to do a little more research into this, let's table it.
What could Mr. Ray do some research for you? as
Yeah,
far as-
let me,
as far as your
if we
questions?
table it.
I'm looking at it, huh?
Yeah, if we table it, I don't wanna just table it and just say, not give me stuff to do, so let me know what you wanna change on it, or what you don't like, and we'll talk about this.
That's
'Cause
what
I'm
I'm
not-
saying.
Cause this isn't a piece of paper.
We just
saying-
got this today.
Yeah, no, I got
So
you.
we hadn't had time.
Yeah.
Matt, can I say something? That was given to the council back in August.
Oh, yeah, but
Yeah, I mean, and the changes that I have made, they're small changes. It never specifically said to businesses only, so we changed everything to companies and businesses, so, you know, we won't do any memorial things without any type of approval. So what we're asking for is to have this approval, be able to sell the rights to advertise, and yes, I do wanna name quads after businesses, and I wanna name fields after businesses, if y'all are okay with it. And I don't mind tabling if that's what y'all wanna do, but I don't wanna table it and not give me stuff to work on, instead of coming back next month and not have anything different to present.
well, we're right back where we started.
Yeah, I'm trying to take the next step.
All of this
And I
is-
don't know which way to go,
All
so,
of this is the booster club.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
The council still has to look at it and decide if this is what we want for the athletic company.
Absolutely.
So there's gonna have to be an ordinance stating that this can be done. Am I correct, Mr. Minister? I could be wrong.
Yes, sir.
So what kind of ordinance do you want, how do you want the ordinance to, or how do you think the ordinance should read?
Well, whoever is proposing this, I think they should decide what the ordinance should say, and then we look at it and decide if that's what we want to say.
So you want
I
to
could
boost,
care less about it.
So you want me to write up an ordinance?
I want you to get with Mr. Minifield and see what you have to do to write an ordinance. I don't know if you can write an ordinance without some kind of legal.
could we do a corporate endeavor agreement?
I don't know, that's possible, yeah.
That may be a better solution than an ordinance.
We don't follow ordinances.
But I
no
need to
way.
know exactly what's going on and what's your overall agenda, that kind of thing.
I wanted to, may I say
What rights
something?
and privileges do you want, you know?
Part of the reason for the Booster Club's, creation was when we went out there, Rocky took, me on a tour, and the mayor had already seen it. But we were sitting on a $15 million piece of, property with some recreational facilities, and we needed $1 million worth of improvements. And you council people know that when we went through budget, we didn't have $1 million to put in on that repair and replacement. And so the Booster Club was formed mainly to raise money to fix what we could at the rec complex. It wasn't to, and it says in the bylaws of the organization that we have nothing to do with the day-to-day operation. That all depends on the recreational director. All we were doing was raising money to fix and repair.
What they, if I can add, one of the things that they did during the meetings was the Booster Club would ask us what our needs were. And for example, one of our needs was, in order to host some youth softball tournaments, we need the ability to put portable fences in the outfield And that's something that we can't really budget for because of all the basic needs we have. So we asked the Booster Club to help us raise money so we can host tournaments. In order to host tournaments, you have to have fields that are certain dimensions. Well, these outfield fences, portable outfield fences, would help us take the existing fields and make them able to, support maybe the younger kids as well as the older kids. Just stuff like that is some of the things that we were requesting.
I have an idea. How about we start at the beginning and we actually vote in, put on the agenda to create a booster club? Start from the beginning.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, like, cause y'all are talking about, who had the authority to do this booster club, y'all did it without our approval, we thought we had the approval with the mayor and,
Well, see,
thought we
the
did the
mayor
right
has
thing.
been acting as the governing authority,
Yeah.
and he is not.
I get that, and we got thrown into the middle of that
Yeah.
conflict, at the end of the day, if y'all don't want us, we will disband.
I mean,
If y'all don't want us
it
there.
feel like to me, it seems like it's a good idea, it's just the way it went about.
Yeah.
No, I get it, and the sad thing is that we're suffering because of principle at this point.
No.
And I don't think that's fair for us. I think we either need to move forward or just disband. If y'all don't, cause if y'all don't want us, if we're,
It's not
that's
a matter
fine.
of not wanting you, it's not a matter of not wanting anything that we've been dealing with the past few months. It's the matter in which things are done,
Yeah,
how it's dealt with.
I get it.
It has to come through the council. Things have not been going through the council, so that's why it's been a problem the entire time.
I get
It's
it.
not that we don't want repairs done, it's not that we don't want to boost the club, it's not anything like that, but it's the manner in which it was done.
I get
And
it.
it has not been done right. So that's why we always have issues and we're bumping heads. And it's going to continue to be that way until it comes through the council. So is it a good idea to have a booster club? Yeah, it is, keeping in mind that it's more than one recreational complex though. So, when you talk about this booster club and I listen and you're talking about the recreational complex, you're only focused on one, but it's more than one recreational complex. So if a booster club is going to be in place, it needs to focus on all the recreational complexes in the city of Minden.
Teresa, if you were at some of the meetings that they had,
Yeah,
they
we have plans for
they
everybody.
talked about doing things at Mule Park and Babs Park as well.
Yeah, we have
It's not
plans
just
for
focused
everybody,
on
but the thing is,
Well,
I
everything
can
has
raise
come up
money
again
at the
about
rec, I mean,
that
that's.
recreation complex down there, nothing has been mentioned about Bab, nothing has been mentioned about Yule. And no, I have not been there because you know as well as I do that you say it's open for council members to come. You can't talk about city business like that with the council members, that's a violation.
Well, I just best not make a comment about meeting together.
Make a comment.
Anyway,
So yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
I
that's-
get it,
that's
I get it.
all it is.
At the end of the day, I
Yeah,
understand the
man, I
conflict,
mean-
but I just need to know what to do, like,
Let's start at the beginning and decide if we want to, we put it in place and then we can move forward with the sponsorship levels and everything else that's going to be done, but we have to get this right.
so
Correct.
Joel, what you're gonna need to do, if you're gonna disband, you need to refund everybody's money that's contributed so far.
I mean, that would be the first step, but, I mean, I don't wanna get into all of that because it's gonna get hairy, but, I mean, so do we talk about?
So what about if on the agenda, instead of adopting the sponsorship schedule, if the city adopts,
Approval for,
or approves the bylaws and creation of the Booster Club? Does anybody have an issue with that?
No, we're not gonna talk about bylaws, we're gonna talk about the creation of the booster club, then come to bylaws, it's not done together.
okay, so, yeah, okay, tell me what I need to do. How about that? I don't care what I do, I really don't, I just need to know what to do.
Codes, organizing the booster.
Okay.
We'll
Well,
start there.
Okay.
At this point, it would have to be to a proposed acceptance of the already organized booster club, because we've already got our 501c3. And I understand that it's a backwards way, but it's where we are. You know what I mean? I can't undo what has been done. I wish I could, but I can't. Believe me, if I could go back to the sign and go back to all that, we would do it differently.
Yeah.
We can't. So, it wouldn't be to approve getting one together, it would be approve accepting what is already together. And if in fact we approve, then we can make amendments to the bylaws. If y'all don't like the way they read, y'all can rip it to shreds, I don't care, it's yours.
Okay.
Cause I can't do anything without y'all approving that, so.
That sounds
Yeah.
reasonable to me, it really does.
Okay, so we'll adopt the booster club that's in place, and then y'all will review the bylaws.
And make the necessary changes.
Okay.
We can get those bylaws in everyone's box, so
Okay.
that y'all can see what's already there.
Okay.
So we'll not be approving this at the next one, so. Cool. But if you do have a chance to look over this, that'll be coming down the pipeline, so we can't get here and table it again, so just look at it and see what you don't like, and we'll talk about it at that point.
Sounds good.
Okay, item H,
Thank you, Joe.
Terry, tell me what to do with Jim.
we're going to, adopt the, booster club that's already in place, with the council making and reviewing the bylaws. Not making, but reviewing the bylaws.
And making the necessary changes that we see fit. So when will we get a copy of all the bylaws?
As soon as we can get copies made and put in your box.
How do I get to put it in a box? Do I email to everybody, or is there actual physical box?
There's boxes here.
I can try to get that in by the end of the day.
Okay.
Okay, so what's item G gonna read though?
I'll send a book for
What's it called? Is it the Minden Recreation?
No, it's the Minden Rec Booster Club, Inc. Thing, isn't that right, Joel? Inc.
We got it right here.
Okay, so that's the way to read on the agenda, but the motion will read, adopt the Minden Rec Booster Club, Inc., subject to council reviewing and making necessary changes in the bylaws?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Next item H, authorized request for proposals for recreation complex concession stands. Rocky, would you like to explain that, please?
Yeah, what we'd like to do with our concessions at the rec, we have to put it out, do a request for proposal where people can bid on it. And we've been going in different directions here. Jimmy, Hall has been the one that's had the contract. And when I read, Mr. Mike sent me the RFP that they did for, back when they did that, and on there it says that ultimately the city council has to approve the person that you select, okay? So right now, we're going through the process of deciding what we're gonna do and put in that RFP. My idea is this, that the contract that is in place right now says that Jimmy Hall has the rights for all concessions at all times with any events that go on with anything pertaining to the rec. What I would like to do is put it where the regular league schedule of soccer, baseball, softball, football, basketball, that we do have somebody in place to cover all those events for concessions, okay? Now, when we have these tournaments that we're trying to bring into town, my suggestion is that we use fundraising organizations, like, let's say, the Minden Angels, or the Minden basketball team, or whatever, and we partner with them. That way, we can receive, as a city, a lot higher percentage of the profits, okay? And that way, now, when we have these tournaments and we can bring people in at a lot lesser rate. In fact, what I think we should be doing in order to compete with the Rustons and the Sterlingtons and the Bossiers and the Shreveports is like, let's say we use 2D Sports or U-Trip or AAU, and they wanna come in and play in Minden. We don't charge them, say, a fee for field use, okay? That way, they're gonna go, oh, well, Sterlington's charging me $100 a field, all right? But they have all the AstroTurf and all the nice things. And so if we waive that charge for those organizations, we make our money off bringing in loads of people because more teams are gonna come in because now U-Trip or AAU doesn't have to charge a big entry fee into the tournament. So we make our money at the concession stand by bringing more people into Minden and upping our numbers, as well as we still get the taxes for the people being in Minden, as well as the money that they spend at the rec. We still tax those products as well. So that's where we're at with that. And also, if I can step further, you know, I've sat back and listened, and I want to be a good steward of the city's money. And so I visited with Mr. Mike, I visited with the mayor, I visited with Steve on getting some direction on what we should be charging at the rec. And so the email I sent to Mr. Mike and to the mayor, I've got a plan, a 4-step plan. And first of all, I would like to call other recreational sites and other places and see what they're doing as far as charging for facilities, rooms, things like that. Put all that information, and then I talked to Mr. Steve about going before the building and grounds committee, Ms. Drake, that we all did. I was real impressed at how that worked for the Forestry building and the Civic Center. And take my ideas to that committee. Ms. Pam, you're on that committee. And say, okay, what do you like, what you don't like, what you think we should be charging, if we should be charging, if it's allowed to charge, all that. And then taking whatever that building and grounds committee decides and presenting that to the mayor and the city council for vote. And that way, everybody has a say. And I think from what I'm hearing, I'm learning my job as I go here and what my job as it pertains to the city council and the city. And I think that would be best if we did it through a committee and then brought it before the mayor and the city council for vote on how we're handling things at the rec. And so, getting back to the RFP, I don't think we've drawn it completely out because there are some questions, Mr. Mayor, with the alcohol situation. I know my opinion on that is that if there are any youth events, I don't want alcohol even near it, because right now it's tough enough with those parents out there. I'm just afraid we'd be putting fire into gasoline with that. Now, if we do have, like, say, a softball tournament or something like that, and the city does decide they would like to pursue the sale of alcohol right there, yeah, okay, I can understand that, but that's not my decision. That's y'all's decision. And so I'm trying to bring things for you guys to help us make decisions at the rec, because from what I'm hearing and reading, that's the way it's supposed to happen.
Rocky, when I was visiting with Coca-Cola prior to the organization
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
Booster Club, they indicated to me that they would like to partner with the rec and the city of Minden, providing they had exclusive beverage rights out there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that we might want to take into consideration, because they could be a strong partner in funding some things that we need out
Sure.
there desperately.
Sure, okay. And I've talked to Mr. Steve a little bit about that, but now that I think we're kind of heading with the city council, with y'all's approval on maybe a direction to head here, we can take off. But I just think that we need some direction, and we want to use the city council to help us with the direction for the city as far as the rec is pertained, or regarding the rec.
So you're proposing to take the concessions from the outside vendor and give it back to the city?
Only during tournaments. Now, Mr. Bradford, during the regular season, like if you go down for the softball or baseball games, you've got all those concessions, and they're making money. Now, I think right now, Mr. Mike, can you help me out with what we're charging right now? What on that contract? That concessionaire has to pay so much a month, I think, right now?
That's correct. There is a 12-month contract, 6 months, per month, $333, and the other 4 months or 6 months is a higher rate, $666, I believe it is.
Okay.
It depends on the majority of ball games going on. So if it's low months, and that was decided by the recreation center, the charge was less. The benefit of going to an outside vendor is that, first of all, the city did not get involved anymore in purchasing drinks, food in any form. The city did not have to provide employees working in the concession stands. You have to have at least 2 in there because the auditors were complaining about the registration of the income. There is an issue with the concession stands itself because of the press boxes upstairs. In my opinion, the fee we asked for was too low, but it was better than nothing. When the city did the concession stands, we lost every year thousands of dollars.
And as someone who's operated college regional tournaments and was in charge of everything from concessions to gate and everything, if we as a city get involved in, let's say we turn over the concessions to the rec, number one, that takes a lot of manpower. And also I think there's the more opportunity for abuse that I'm not real comfortable with. And we would have to up our budget to pay for people to work it, and then you would need somebody in the food industry to run it. And that would probably cost us a lot of money, so I think we would be eating into some potential profits for the city.
If you handle open food, you have to have the people checked
Yes.
by the health department and so on. So if you hire a vendor, regardless who it is, they have to provide all the information before they're gonna get a contract.
Right, and so, Mr. Mike, let's say that we do draw up the RFP, okay? Does that have to go before the city council, before we can put it out for bid, or after we receive the bids, then it goes to the city council?
In the past, how it was done was the RFP was drawn up, was reviewed by the city attorney, and that was the contract at the end,
Okay.
was approved by the council.
By the council.
Right.
Yeah, so is that the way we would proceed, or
It
would we?
goes out for bids are coming in. The best bidder, so to speak, was awarded the bid, and then it came before the council.
Can those RFPs stipulate that all Coke products be used?
Has he presented anything to us?
No,
about-
I know, and we can pursue that, but that was so premature that we hadn't gotten to the point where we are, because this has been going on, we've been talking about this for 2 meetings, I believe.
Yeah, Ms. Pam, what was your question?
On the RFPs,
Uh-huh.
to stipulate that only Coke product be used that's purchased from the Minden Coke
Oh,
plant.
okay, yeah, that would be y'all's decision, and also I think we need to add, this is a real important, we really gotta get a handle on this alcohol ordinance, because let's say that we do decide to, for adult tournaments, provide alcohol, well, by having an outside concessionaire for something like that, then they assume liabilities.
Well, and-
Most cities don't allow, alcohol at their parks and recreations.
Right.
Anyway.
Right.
And I think it should remain the
The
same as
mayor,
far as that.
or Mr. Mike had given me the Ruston ordinances and the Natchitoches ordinances, and, Mr. Tye, you're correct. They don't. So that's one thing we're gonna do what y'all tell us to do with that.
The only concern I have with a special product is with the exclusive right. We had this at the beginning, that you could purchase the product cheaper out on the market
Right.
than it was delivered from the producer.
Yeah, but buying it cheaper outside does not benefit the partnership that Coke would be working with us.
It depends what the partnership is.
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
don't, and that's premature, because we don't know that yet.
We're in a unique situation with our Coke plant. Our Coke plant only services this area. So really, we think that, hey, by, advertising for Coke, we are helping this big company. No, our Coke plant is individual from the whole company. It only services this area. So, that's why I think a partnership with them might be a good idea, because it's local.
Mike, why don't you contact him and see what he has, what his thought process are about a partnership with Rec Complex and how it will benefit, the complex.
I'd like to go with you because of our preliminary discussion that we had
Yes, ma'am.
with the exec board.
Okay.
What's my question? Present contract we have with Party Express, do you think they're gonna pay us, continue to pay their monthly fees, and they're gonna have an operation going on where they're gonna make money? Why are we abandoning this, the Party Express or whoever decides to, bid on that contract? Why are we abandoning it?
The contract is ending.
Right, I mean, but why we're not putting the contract back up for bids?
Well, Mr. Bradford, and I'm hoping I'm not stepping out of line here. I think the reason we're doing that is because we are entering into a new arena of trying to host more tournaments and bringing people to Minden. And so I think, if there's somebody out there that can maybe do a better job or of providing that service, we wanna certainly seek that out. There may not be, sir, but I think it would be best for the city to look at all possibilities to let everybody have a chance.
Do you have
I
any-
think, go ahead.
Do you have anyone, know of anyone that's expressed an interest in?
There was, one company, I'm sure Mr. Jimmy's gonna want to, be included in this, and we certainly will. In fact, I'm gonna contact him today, I'd like to discuss some things with him. But there was a company, Rod, or can we say those names? Can we?
Yeah, but we know.
Okay, they've expressed some interest, but they're the only other one.
Who?
Do you know the name?
Yeah, I do, but I don't know that we wanted, can we tell
We're
you?
live right now.
Yeah.
I think I can tell you that after we're not live.
There is, but I'm sure there would be others if they found out that this could become available.
I think the question that Mr. Bradford's asking is, in the past, the contract, concessions stand for everybody, if it's a tournament or not a tournament. I think what he's asking is why you chose to take the tournaments out of the contract and
Okay,
where, to
that's
kind
a good
of,
question.
to piece it up.
Mr. Bradford, what we wanna do is these different organizations that come in and host tournaments, all right? It's a big competition to get those to come to your community. The other communities right now that we're in competition with have a lot to offer. So my thinking is this, that we have to decide where we're gonna make our money as a city. If we say we're gonna make money off of renting the field for $50 or whatever, then to me, they're gonna go to these other places because they are nicer, okay? So to attract people to our community, if we waive, say, a usage fee, then more teams are gonna come to Minden, okay? Now,
Do we get that percentage off their interest fee? Do we get a percentage of that if we're gonna waive that
Okay.
fee?
No, what they've done in the past, well, actually, there wasn't a whole lot done in the past on this. I understand your question, but that wouldn't be very much money. I think we would make more money if we partnered with, say, a fundraising group on the money made in a concession stand, because we would have more people coming to Minden, because more people can afford to play in our tournaments. And then we also looking at the money they're spending in Minden, we're looking at the tax base, and the money they're spending on concessions. Does that make sense? Yeah, go ahead.
So, when we did the proposal for the AAU tournament, part of the incentive of the company, CYBL, the organization, we get majority, or they get a piece, so up to 40 teams, they get $60 a team, it's $200 a team making it up. So we get the $140. Now, as we get more and more teams, they get a bigger percentage, so it's an incentive for them to go out and recruit. But for big tournaments like this, basketball, and I know soccer, you have to have a host club. So Mr. Blaylock, Coach Blaylock's club, the Tar Heels, are the host club. So when we do tournaments, it's a chance for their organization to run the concession to make money for their little club. And then the rest of it offsets the cost of the officials and employees.
You're losing me on that.
So, how do you, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
How do you, when you say you have these special tournaments, where is the benefit for the city?
We make the money off the concession stands.
How do you control that?
Well, we come into an agreement with whatever fundraising group that we're dealing with. I know a lot, like at University of Arizona, when I would go to their games, you would go to certain concession stands, and that week, it just happened to be maybe St. Jude's was the host, and so they would man that concession stand, and then those profits, per an original agreement before it ever started, were split between the University of Arizona and whatever the fundraising or the charity group was. Now also, I think the biggest deal is bringing people to Minden, okay?
Can you hold up right there?
Yes.
So, even with that, how are you going to keep track of how much they actually sold? Even if
Yeah.
it's the host
That's a
group,
great
the
question.
host team, then how do you keep track of what our profit should be? Because
Right.
if we don't have someone in there with them, then we don't know. They could tell us they made $500 when in actuality they made $5,000.
Right.
We don't know, so.
That is a great question, and
We should run a cash register.
what we did at LSU Shreveport, when we started drawing a lot of people,
Yeah, you're
is
exactly
we
right.
demanded a cash register. That way you had your Z-tape. And so at the end of every shift, a Z-tape has to be submitted to us, and that says how much they made, and,
If they use the cash register.
well, they have to.
So, I'm being honest, if they
Right.
use the cash register, now, it would be different if we knew we had a set price for a cup of Coke.
Mhm.
And you counted the cups, so you knew how much they should make.
Right.
But, I mean, even with the cash register, that's
Yeah.
still,
Mr. Taylor had an excellent idea. Go ahead and share that.
You know, like, when you do concessions, at the fair, you buy tickets.
yeah.
That's another way.
Yeah, somebody set up and they sell tickets, that way all the money's going into one particular box, and then they bring in tickets to get their concessions.
That's something else that we've
Okay.
talked about.
That's a good way to do it.
What are we gonna do when there's not a tournament?
Then you have a concessionaire that we have agreed upon, the city council has agreed upon, per the RFPs that we send out, whoever we select. So you got two groups, you have the regular league that happens there, and we get a concessionaire that's consistent, that is gonna be there for all those. And then when we do the tournaments, is when we say, okay, the rec is gonna partner with, say, there's a lot of fundraising groups out there, and we're gonna partner with those fundraising groups for the tournaments only,
For them to work the concession.
yes.
But, okay, so each time tickets would be sold, whether it was a tournament or not, tickets would have to be used.
That's how I think you can keep
That's the
track of
only
the
way
money.
we could keep up with it.
When it's the concessionaire, I think, Mr. Mike, aren't we talking about charging a flat rate to the concessionaire?
there are different ways how you can do that. But let me ask you this, if I'm the concessionaire,
Okay.
and I have to supply my people and everything to the normal day-to-day operation, so to speak, and I'm gonna see that your special tournaments are drawing 5 times the amount of
Right.
people, how long do you
Yeah.
think I'm interested in your
Right.
regular contract?
Well, the thing is, in the past, we haven't had that many big tournaments out there, and we still had people that were interested in bidding on it. Now, if we wanna use a concessionaire for the entire thing, I'm fine with that. I just think that what we've been charging in the past is not enough for the city.
Well, I agree on that, but if you have all these ideas with so many tournaments, then why you don't come with an amount and say, okay, if we're gonna give this to one concessionaire, you lay out the tournaments you want to host, the regular day-to-day operation, and then based on experience from other recreation complexes, the amount should be
One of the, okay.
15,000.
Let's take that idea and let's run with that, all right? And then let's take Mr. Ty's idea and combine it. This is another route that I looked at as well, is that we get one concessionaire for the whole thing, for tournaments and regular season, okay? But what we do in order for us to say, okay, we get 20%.
Of the tournaments.
Yeah, no, we get 20% period of everything, all right? But we sell the tickets, like Mr. Ty said, where they take that ticket and then they purchase whatever foods they want.
How many pods do you have out there?
That we use for the little,
So you'd have to have 3 people selling tickets, because they're not gonna run from this pod to that pod to buy a ticket, go back to that pod. So you would need 3.
3 cash boxes.
Yeah, 3 cash boxes, or 3 cash registers
Right.
have.
Where in baseball, when you charge your entry fee, that's where I would think the same people would also be selling the tickets.
I think we wouldn't be charging the entry fee for baseball and softball for regular season, but I think what we would do is try to maybe work out with our current staff to staff those, right, to make
Let me
sure.
ask you, that's not something that the Booster Club could help out with?
Well,
That's the purpose of
good
the
idea
Booster
too.
Club. For
Right.
them to step in and volunteer for concessions and all of that kind of stuff, so why couldn't they be utilized for that?
Well, if you think we could find that many people,
Baseball, it's like 10 fields, maybe 10.
We're talking about working the concessions though, you
Yeah.
know.
Well, or just have the
concessions
Booster
are
Club
each
sell the
field.
tickets.
Well, the Booster Club's scope is not to work what the Rex jobs are, what their day-to-day operations are.
That's not their job though, to do the concessions.
I'm just saying, what the Booster Club stands, we're here to raise money, that's it, we're not here to work. I'll be honest with you, we're here to raise money, we're here to go out there, and we're here to get grants and get advertisements. We're not here to go out there and collect money at gates, no. I'll just be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie to you and tell you yet, am I right? Like,
Well, I mean, you know, when you look at, sports programs, the Booster Clubs, they do supply the volunteers that work
Yeah.
the concessions and all of that kind of stuff. I mean, a Booster Club is a Booster Club.
No, I get it, I mean,
Where they can go, period.
we can try, but I'm telling you, like, the intent of what we did is to raise money and to go after grants.
That'll be in the bylaws that y'all go through when you
Yeah.
come up with your bylaws.
what Bossier City is doing, at their park is they are charging the concessionaire 20%. And I asked them, well, how are you doing that? How are you making sure that you're getting your 20%? And they are requiring them to use a cash register, and then they take it off the Z tape. Now, if you have somebody, dishonest in there, I'm not really sure what to do about that. But you can see it happen.
Invite them and arrest them.
You still run into an issue if you have a concession stand only occupied with one person.
Yeah.
The person cannot collect the money, cannot operate the register.
And do
It has to have multiple
Yeah.
people.
But they always have more than one person.
That is correct.
Yeah.
But then, you still have the issue with going through the health department.
Well, if we have a concessionaire,
Right,
that's their responsibility.
right.
So you charge them, so we charge them a monthly fee plus 20%? Is
No,
that what
no,
you're
no.
saying?
What's wrong with the present concession that we got?
Because I think that we could maybe,
Besides, you all saying that we're not charging enough, what else?
Quality and food, and quality of service.
The food?
And the
That,
service.
that, Party Express do?
You know as well as I do.
Yeah.
And that may be something that you can say privately to your other members.
Has Party expressed interest in renewing their contract?
I haven't talked to Mr.
yeah, and I'm gonna
Hall.
be speaking with him, because I
he-
definitely want him to have, he's been very loyal to us, and I'd like to have.
He had for multiple years
Right.
the contract.
Like
Um,
3 years, 3.
He started out with a contract where he had to use specific software drinks because of the contract. Then when the contract with the producer was running out, he signed a new contract. It was in 2018 we started. It's a yearly contract with an automatic renewal, and that renewal is ending this year.
Does he do all sports? He does? Okay, cause I've only, been there during baseball season when they're actually been out there.
In order to make it interesting for a concessionaire, you have to lay out your program. Naturally, somebody wants to know history of sales.
Yes.
Now, what you can do in the RFP is to express that you want to go into a longer a longer contract, but reviewing every year the amount. I mean, you cannot start out and say you want to charge $30,000. Nobody will bid on the RFP.
What are their responsibilities as far as reporting the income that they're making, say, at the rec? Would we be privileged to that information at all, or no?
If we're gonna charge, if the contract says, okay, you as the concessionaire pay the city of Minden $15,000, you can make $150,000. That's in your pocket.
Right.
But you can say, for the review, we would like to talk to you and show us your revenue.
Mr. Mike, the way Bossier did it, the way I did like, is if you charge a percent of the gross, not the profit, just a percent of the gross, then that allows the concessionaire to set his price based on what he's gonna have to pay us.
Well, you still can control the charges on the product.
Mhm.
You cannot go out of your mind and charge for a Coke $5. Yeah, so as the rec center, you still, or the city
Have
should
some
still
control.
have some say what the charge would be.
Mhm.
But if he sells for 5,000 people or for 500 people, we're still gonna get our flat fee.
What if we do this then?
Wait, I got a question for a second, I want to bring it back. You said you guys weren't gonna charge entry fees for the baseball games?
Yeah, what are you talking, what do you mean, entry fee?
I mean, like,
Admission?
Admission, like we
No.
did for the,
No.
football and stuff like that, why not?
I'm going to actually, that's part of I don't plan on it, but that's part of my proposal with the Building and Grounds Committee that I want input from to present to the city council, so y'all can decide.
So the,
What you would like.
the admissions has been dropped for all sports?
Right now, yes, until I get some direction. Yeah. And Mr. Mike, and council members, what if we did this? Let me draw up some different ways that I see us handling this RFP. and, yeah, like an A, a B, and a C. And then presenting that and saying, okay, what do y'all like, what you don't like? I don't know at what point in the process I need to come to you, but I'm getting a sense that everybody would like a say in this, and I'm more than willing, as a new rec director, to get everybody's say, because I don't know everything. How would that be? And then I present, and everybody can give me their thoughts on it.
Is that good with y'all?
Sounds fair.
Okay, so why don't we take this off the agenda, and you come up with something and we can include that
I
in
mean,
our
but,
workshop?
so, then again, like.
As of December 31st, we won't have anybody
Yeah.
as a concessionaire.
Well,
I
Yes and no.
recommended to
Yes, we won't have a
the
contract.
mayor
We'll
to
roll
go
month to
month
month.
by month with the current concessionaire.
With the Party
Until,
Express.
yeah,
Month.
until we have a
somebody
new
play.
Contract.
contract. Because
Does that sound good?
without anything,
Right.
Have you talked to Mr. Hall? Is he in agreement going month to month? Has anybody talked to
I
him?
haven't talked.
I'm gonna talk to him actually today, I was planning on running over there.
Probably see it already.
And if he decides he doesn't want to go month to month, where are we at?
Out to lunch?
I really don't think that he
I
would,
think he will.
he
Yeah.
would deny the month to
He's
month
a hypothetical.
with the opportunity to pick on the
Yeah,
new, on the
yeah.
new
Mr. Jim's
contract.
been very good to deal with in the past.
So what are we gonna do with that?
So we're gonna take it off the agenda, and Rocky's gonna come back to us with the A, B, and C to look at in one of our workshops.
So, someone's gonna talk to Party Express Catering Service between now and Wednesday, or Thursday, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, item H is,
I would just add maybe we just,
what now?
We're
We just-
deleting H.
We're gonna delete that and make the next one H.
Okay, so we're gonna cancel H. Okay. Item I is to do a cooperative endeavor agreement with the city of Pineville, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna declare this windsock here surplus. It's an item that we replaced with the FAA grant, and this one was also purchased with the FAA grant, but as most of y'all know, Pineville Airport sustained damage from a tornado a while back, and we don't use it, so we're gonna do a cooperative endeavor agreement with them and donate this to the city of Pineville, because they can use it. Is that okay with everybody?
What does that do?
This is a windsock, you know, pilots look at it, it gives them a directional of which way the wind's blowing. And this is our old one that we've had just, you know, we don't need it anymore. We've got a new one out there that was paid for with the FAA grant. So we need to declare it surplus before we can do a cooperative endeavor agreement and donate it. Everybody pretty much okay with that?
I think that sounds nice for us to do that.
Well, Mayor, in that motion, and in that cooperative endeavor agreement, I don't think it says anywhere that we're declaring it surplus. So does that need to be in there?
It does, because, I mean, it's gotta be declared surplus for us to donate it. So, we need to add that in there. Item J is, budget and financial, and pays and police report, but we'll actually get that.
where we just, employee handbook.
Yeah, I got it down here. On the, you wanna talk about the handbook now?
I mean, it's just budget and police report left. You got something else on?
Well, we were gonna add, in the public notice, we've got the alcohol to talk about.
Oh, yeah, we'll do that.
Okay, do the alcohol. Okay, on the, proposal for the alcohol ordinance that we need to get rolling on. First, let's look at the, actual, when people come in here to apply. Michael, did you bring copies of those, that application for, this is an application for, to apply for it.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, I have one.
This is basically a copy from the Pineville. Over here. From the Pineville application. The application actually, is not only for the retail sale of alcohol, it's also for the restaurant portion. Now, we have an application, which is this one. This is the application if you open up a restaurant. And it's more or less basically the same what you find on page 2 from the Pineville application.
Why not?
Oh, I'm sorry. And you see that it's basically more or less the same thing, that you have to provide documentation about your location, about who owns the property, who will work in the places and so on. And when we ask for an application, when there's a restaurant, there's background checks, there's fingerprinting involved, and so on. So it's similar to the page 2 from Pineville. This is just a proposal. It needs to probably be
about the 13th. That's the week after council. At 4.
The, January 5th.
4.
Ms. Walker, will you be in from school by that time?
4 o'clock.
She go back to school.
Is that okay with you?
What I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna draw it up and put it in your box, okay? Give you a copy of it.
That way we can go over it before we get here. And that way we redline things we wanna ask questions about if we're gonna change.
Sound good.
I'll also scan and email it if y'all would like one to. I know, I talked to y'all.
We got the times and, so the distances are
Somebody
300
mayor.
feet, property line,
I
property
get
line.
it,
Trouble with anybody else.
but I get all of his, I just don't get yours all the time.
And
What you say about the distance?
300 feet, property line, property line.
That's,
I'll send it from
so what we trying to do,
We
change it?
can't supersede the state law.
no,
Keep it there.
I mean, why?
No, I'm just saying, I'm just reiterating what we said,
Yeah.
you know, as far as the distances.
300 feet.
The times are, I don't even
10 to 10
remember.
for service station. Packing house 7 to midnight, and they can't start 7 till noon on Sunday.
Okay. Next thing, the employee handbook. I asked everybody to turn one in by December the 13th, red line with what they wanted to change on it.
You know, wait on a few things to come in. I do have something from Tarika, Ms. Tarika. I think she talked to other people that got their input. I don't think that y'all didn't meet together.
Are you talking about the handbook or alcohol?
Handbook.
I don't have anything from Ms. Walker.
I assume that she waiting on me to present something to you.
Oh,
Yeah.
I asked that everybody turn me in
Okay.
a change, what they wanted to change red line by December the
Why did you
30th.
ask that?
So
I
what
just said because of my Menfield to turn in about 30.
No, I asked each council member what they wanted to change to turn into me December the 30th, red line, what the changes they wanted to make.
Well, I'm still waiting.
Do what now?
I'm still waiting on something, a complete, I haven't got anything.
I don't have anything.
Nobody else, sir.
The only issues I share with you is, some of the areas that personnel committee, I had some issues with some of that, you know.
The personnel.
Personnel committee, yeah, maybe removing some of that. from
It's
that.
kind of my understanding that what I'm getting is gonna do away with this.
Well, that's what I've,
Pretty much, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
that's pretty much what I've got covered in here.
And I think that's a good idea. So that's my suggestion.
Most of my changes that
You got some,
I've got a whole book full.
I mean, for the changes,
Mhm. Well, we're not ready to give it to you. I asked everybody to give it to me so we could review it and then put them all together and give it to you
Okay.
to make the changes.
Well, no, you asked Mr. Menfield to look at it and give you the recommendation. That's what you said initially. For Mr. Menfield to look at the handbook, employee handbook, and submit the recommendations to you. You never asked us to send it to you. You only
No, I
asked him to
did.
give
No, you
it to
didn't.
you.
I did, I
Well,
don't recall you asking me to
Yeah.
do anything.
You only asked him.
Well, still, I would like for y'all to give me a red line marked handbook of the changes you'd like to make,
and you turn it over to me.
and I'll turn them into you.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, that's where we're going,
You know, like one of the things is, it goes down here, it talks about, suspending fire and police, without pay. Well, you really can't do that since they're civil service, you can suspend them, but it says in here that we do it without pay, so that's something we need to look at. And it talks about a class 2 suspension without pay. Well, we can't do that either, so we need to change that as well. And then we talked about, down in here, about, driving offenses and accidents and administrative assistant and the mayor, blah, blah, blah. It will be reviewed by the personnel committee. I've got that it will be reviewed by the mayor, the department head, the personnel committee, whether we recommend termination or not. And then, got down here, it talks about the personnel committee again. We've got the mayor and the department head. And then you talk about the first offense, and it talks about the personnel committee, and I've got the mayor, department head, and supervisor. And on and on and on, taking all the personnel committee out. And like down here it says, fire and police, you've got a 10-day suspension without pay, that needs to be changed with pay. And then, and if additional suspension is recommended or termination, that's gotta go to the city council for approval.
So are you looking at the disciplinary actions?
Yes, ma'am. And then, under new employees, what it says now is a new employee shall normally be compensated at the 16th step of the approved salary range. Then it goes on, and I'm saying take out, where it says approve the range salary based on the department head recommendation and the mayor's approval. However, a newly hired employee will not be eligible for any step increase during the first 3 years of employment will exceed step 22. I'm saying take that out.
Well, I have a question about that as far as the steps. What determines the step? What's the criteria from going from range to range? Because I asked that question before, and it's just subjective. You know, you just decide someone, it's time for them to move, but that's not right. You need to have a criteria as to how you get from range to range when you're increasing someone's salary.
Well, in the big thick book we have and the job description, it starts off and talks about the different ranges and steps that they get hired in to start off with.
Well, I remember me asking you about what determines the ranges, how the ranges determine, and you couldn't give me an answer as to how a person moved from one range to the next range.
The ranges were established through a company who evaluated the different positions many years ago.
Well, we need to revisit that.
I have not even seen the report from that company.
Do you have a report?
It was long ago.
So no one has a copy of this report that's used to determine salaries, how people move from range to range?
No.
Oh, well, we definitely need to revisit that. Cause we don't know, you know, you're just saying a person moved from this range to that range, what determines the range? Is it the number of years in the position? I mean, is it, you know, evaluations? What determines for them to move from range to range?
Well, go ahead, Michael.
The range for the employee does not change. The steps are changing.
Okay, the steps, so what determines the steps? How you move from step to step?
On your anniversary.
Due to the 2% longevity on the anniversary day.
I asked you this before and you couldn't tell me.
Mrs. Walker, you talk about the range.
And I asked you what determines a salary increase, how people move from one range, and I think I did say range to range. I mean, because we need to know if it's not job performance, evaluation, if it's not the years of experience, what's determining how people are getting a raise, because it just seems subjective to say, okay, well, this person has done a good job, so let me give them an increase in salary.
34.
May I explain to you how it's handled since I've worked for the city?
Okay.
not a city clerk even before.
Okay.
The city has the criteria established for the different jobs by that company. It was, I believe, in the 70s stuff. A company was hired, the company went through the job descriptions and established a range scaling system.
Okay.
For example, the, just take a job, a regular labor job was established as a range 6, I believe, at the beginning. Then in that range scale, there are steps established. The steps are always 2%. Then it was established that if somebody gets hired as a laborer, he starts as a range 6, step 12, I believe, at the beginning it was. Meanwhile, the starting step was elevated to step 16. Also the ranges through a budget increase done by the council was the laborer position, for example, was elevated from range 6 to range 7. But that was done while Mayor Robertson was still mayor. Now, if somebody is hired as a laborer, has, let's say, 10 years experience working for Madden as a laborer, comes in and the department head says, okay, he has so much experience, I will not start him at the minimum step range or step level, I give him at the beginning right away 3 steps more.
That's where it's subjective, if the department head determines that they come in with this amount of experience. No, I mean, so.
But you have to give the department head the ability to judge the person.
Okay,
I mean,
so.
I mean, let me say this. If you have, let's say, a teacher who has 20 years and a teacher who just starts out as a teacher.
Yeah.
Don't you think that the teacher with 20 years should have more?
Of course, but it's already established that a teacher, a new teacher, 0 to 3 year experience, they might start off with $50,000. Where when you look at it, it's already in black and white. A teacher that has 20 years, it may be $70,000, but it's not subjective.
I agree with you, but the employee manual
that's why we're working on that.
Stops a department head from giving the new hiree so many steps more than somebody else because it has a limitation of the 3 years.
What I'm saying is, if they come in with it should already be established. If they come in with X number of years of experience,
right,
then this is where they start. It's not up to the department head to say, oh, okay, well, we're gonna start them more because they come in. We should already know that. During the hiring process, you ought to know the years of experience by looking at the application, so that's going to determine where they start, not the department head.
I disagree on that, I'm
Okay.
sorry. But
We can agree to disagree, but then you're talking about this report or whatever that was in place, but what about these new positions that have been created? So what determined where they start? Prime example, social media person. So what determined what range that started at? That was a brand new position.
correct.
So how was that determined?
Probably from the experience.
It's a brand new position, never had it before, so
Yeah.
it's no social media,
That is
starting out
correct.
that, a brand new position, city
Right.
amended.
Right.
Never had it before, so what did you all use to determine the range of that position?
It's my understanding is that the social media was part-time position.
It was?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
There's no
Okay.
range on part-time, and the
There
comparison
isn't-
was
there-
made with what the economic development
Right.
administrative assistant was paid, cause it was similar.
This is a bit off subject, but
That's different.
as far as that-
Administrative assistant, what was that economic position, what was it?
I think we should do away.
It's the assistant to the
I think
economic
the assistant
development.
to-
It's completely different from somebody taking care of social media needs.
Facebook page and,
But
live
that is
feed,
correct.
a lot of these-
That is correct, but as a person in the IT sector and social media, I cannot compare with the assistant who works for Mr. Gray. That's a totally different job.
It
It lets us.
But
it lets
if
us
I
have
hire
conversations,
somebody
pick up road closure.
there
I had people call me.
with $14, at least I should hire somebody
They just said it wasn't.
with IT experience for the same amount.
It's-
Don't you think so?
This year it just didn't work. And we haven't had, I don't think it worked at all this year.
I mean, we can talk about the amount which is paid on every level.
Mhm.
We can talk about it. For example, I have,
I'm just saying, things shouldn't be so subjective, it needs to be in black and white, when you come in, this is where you start.
Right.
It's no, if you have this, then this, no, it needs to be laid out in black and white.
Right.
And not up to a department head or whomever, the mayor, or whomever to say, okay, well, I want this person to make this amount. That's not how you take care of business.
I
That's not fairness.
I understand that, and I agree with you.
Let me
But
ask
on
you,
the,
let me ask
on,
you Walker something. Give me a question years ago, before you were voting. Let me use my friend Vincent again, if you don't mind. When Vincent was deputy sheriff, and you can comment on this, Vincent, I don't know you use this vote. Okay, when you were deputy sheriff under, whoever was the sheriff at the time, under, Sheriff Henry or whenever you came in, compare when you was hired as deputy sheriff before Ms. Walker was born, or Mr. Taylor, compared to when you was hired, compared to officer that is hired, now his totally different system. Okay, and you should know, when you came in being a deputy sheriff for the city, it's different. But the rule may be, some of this old rules may be the same, but you should know some of Ms. Walker's question, because you were deputy sheriff for the city years ago. So maybe you can answer that question.
No, she's talking about something totally different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, things shouldn't be so subjective. It needs to be laid out, so it's right there, everyone knows, then we don't have any questions about how much a person is making, or a person getting a raise, or this and that being done. Shouldn't be just too much
Who
subjective.
authorizes the raises?
But, so,
Department heads?
when we're talking
Yeah, the
about.
department heads suggest on there, then it comes to me.
Makes it easier.
Yeah, see what you know.
Yeah, and then my question is as far as like, disciplinary actions on page 27. When we terminate somebody, shouldn't we have like a documentation of their write-ups or something like that?
Yep, we do.
Okay, so, I mean, I had
But
to go
it's not
back.
stated in this employee manual.
Well, no, cause what I wanna address is, you know, I see it says verbal admonishment, for minor infractions, and then it'll be, you know, put on record.
Generally, when you do a verbal, you still document it.
Okay, so.
And that person and that employee signs off on it?
And I'm not sure about that. Do they, on a verbal, and they document it, they say?
I like for it to be signed.
Yeah.
Well, they should, because I just state that to say, you know, I seen when the person was terminated, he had 3 verbal admonishments about his performance, and they were all 7 days apart. And he didn't sign none of them, and he didn't even actually get them until he was terminated.
He didn't get them.
No, they didn't get them. I could see where they when they wrote them out, it was just like, were actually, they were 7 days apart. Every Monday, and then one time he got one, he was on vacation.
On page,
27.
huh?
27?
Yeah, well, I saw 27, but I agree with what you said.
What's that about?
On page 72, where it talks about problem-solving procedures, it talks about, if they can't get the right answer, instead of, going to the personnel committee, I said that they should present their complaint to the city council and let the city council review it and everything, but then it goes down, it says then it says the
Page
person.
72.
Mhm.
72 is different.
What do you have in 72?
Promotion policy, property and equipment, and references.
Mine's problem-solving procedures.
79.
But down here where it says the personnel committee, change that to city council. The city council shall convene within, it says 72 hours. There's no way y'all can get together in 72 hours. So I put 5 business days. That excludes Saturday and Sunday. That way you have 5 business days to reply to their question. What do y'all think about that?
I'm not there, I'm looking at it on my phone, so
Here you go.
I'm looking at, okay, that's all right, I'm just looking at it on my phone, but, I just kinda thought we were going back, we don't start from beginning to end. So I'm on the selection and hiring process, so it's easy to go through.
I'm just going through what I have read.
Okay, and then I'll go through what I have.
Okay. Then under the, promotion policy on page 73, I put it's our policy to advise all city employees about advantage of opportunity by means of bulletin board and or other suitable methods, period. And then I just put where it says, please submit your request for consideration for a specific position directly to your supervisor. I put in there that just come fill out the application, because you know it's posted, they take them out front. Because you might not necessarily want your supervisor to know that you're applying for another job within the city.
Property and equipment, these,
What page?
you're 73, my 72.
What? You got
72 on mine, it's 73 in your book.
Okay.
Property and equipment care, or property and
Okay.
equipment. These city vehicles, I don't feel like they all should be brought home unless you're on call.
Michael, do you have a list of vehicles that people take home?
Yeah, I do have the names, yeah. I don't have it on the list because
How
I
many
just.
on-call employees do we have? Do you know how many on-call employees do we have?
We have, 2, 4, 5, 6.
Is that employees? I know the supervisors.
Per week.
Okay.
We
Oh,
have,
okay.
we have 2 at the, line crew. We have 2 at Eric Lee's department,
Water crew?
water crew. We have 1 at the water plant. And,
The road crew, Mr. Collins?
and Mouse, what's his name?
David.
David, yeah.
Okay, so what about, well,
6.
basically, the one for the city, Steve Wilson, I see that car all over the place.
Yeah, he takes his home because he has to come up to the civic center, close it down at parties, it goes to the community
How often is
house.
that?
I see that car all over the
That's a
place.
waste. I mean, when we talk about the budget and we look at everything that's been done, like, it came up once before about the time clock. Don't know that that's been implemented. We talked before about the vehicles going, home, when you have a city employee that drives home for lunch. That's not the city's responsibility to get that employee home for lunch, and it's not in the city limits, first of all, and come back. That's wasted.
As far as the patrol.
Gasoline, you know, I mean, we have to think about how wasteful we are as a city with things that's going on, and I know they've come up before, but they've never been addressed. See no reason for Steve to take a vehicle home. No, absolutely no reason, especially during the week, no one is using this facility, where he may have to come up here.
Yeah, you'd be surprised when they have parties and things. Yeah, he has to come up here and, you know, I'm just saying where he goes and what he's gotta do.
I've seen that vehicle in Walmart parking lot, I've seen that vehicle,
I've seen city many
Yeah,
vehicles on
yeah,
I-20
he goes to Walmart to get stuff for different things.
on the weekends,
You see it where?
on
on
I-20.
I-20. I've seen it on I-20, I actually was behind it one time.
Well, that question I can't answer. I don't know why he'd be going to, unless he's going to Sam's to get things for, you know, the city.
Okay. I mean, we can come up with all kind of excuses about why vehicles may be where they are, but. yeah,
Well, I'm not
again,
giving
they
you
don't-
excuses,
they
I'm
don't
just
need
telling
it.
you.
I don't see a need for them to go home.
Using it as their personal vehicle.
Yeah.
In the mirror, that was different, but you declined that option.
Yeah, I don't see
Yeah,
it.
so
The
they
mayor
shouldn't be
declined
their
that
personal
option,
vehicle.
you know.
So why don't you get me a list of take-home vehicles, Mr. Floyd?
Sure.
Thank you.
So this, and then, you know, my thing was as far as the firing process, that was one of my main concerns with this manual, as far as how it was done, because, the nepotism thing, got a question,
What page you
26.
on? 26? Okay.
When I, won my election and I took my job with the city or whatever, my dad was also working with the city as well as I was working for the city. And, you know, he resigned because it was chatter of that being nepotism. How does that work? And he was employed for the city 10 years before I won my election.
You don't know why he resigned.
So that wasn't nepotism?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I didn't look at it as being any particular thing at all, since I figured he's ready to retire.
He's already retired.
Sometimes, some people retire 2 or 3 times.
I think he had been grandfathered in.
Okay.
I think the person who brought that to the attention of the city didn't look at the whole statute. Because there's an exception to that.
Yeah, I don't
And the
know.
person who approached me about it did not look at the exception.
Did you inform that person of the exception?
No, when I was told, I was out in the hall, you know. But what I was told, that the person, what is it? Find it.
Right here.
Nepotism, what is it?
Here, right here.
If you and members of your immediate family are employed by the city, one may not supervise the other. No member of the immediate family of a member of the council or the mayor shall be employed by the city. Any person employed prior to February 1st, 1982, violating this policy may continue employment and in no way may be hindered from normal promotion or advancement in the city employee. Okay. So, what it came down is your father had already been employed a number of years.
So that said 82 in there.
Yeah. And the fact that you got elected to the city council should not rob him of his job because he's really grandfathered in. But I think he went on and quit.
Yeah, he resigned because he didn't want to get me in no kind of trouble,
On page 80, under miscellaneous, me and Michael both noticed when people go and they use their expenses, they tip excessively. Sometimes they tip more than the bill itself. So I think we should put down new tips, the maximum is 15%. That would save the taxpayers money.
Since when did the miscellaneous, since when did the council start, since when did the city start making the council pay for their own trips or their own registration to these, to like these conferences and then get reimbursed after the fact?
That's back, when I
That was
first,
because I didn't go,
But that had to be voted in by the council to.
so they didn't bring the Vincent Bradford rule.
But that should have been.
That's
voted
all
in
that
by the
was.
council. We can't just go in and say this is what we're
And I
doing.
don't think it's legal for you to do that.
Yeah,
Well-
we can't just go in and
I don't
just say
think it's
this is what
legal.
we're gonna do without. the
And
council.
furthermore, you held my check too long the last time.
held it too long.
Yeah, my check was held almost 3 weeks.
What,
So I don't think it's legal for you to do that anyway.
well, they cut checks on
Is it?
Fridays.
Mr. Manager,
What check are you talking about, Mr. Bradford?
when they want us to write a check
Right,
to go to these, LMA and all of these things.
right. As far as I know, when you turn in your reimbursement request,
I'm not
we're
talking
gonna
about-
pay you right away.
Yeah, but I'm
Latest-
talking about the
latest-
check that we write into the city. They're holding it too long.
You mean
This
before we,
should never-
before
this
we
should never
deposit
have
it?
been done anyway.
We should
To
never do
deposit,
that.
you mean to
Nobody else,
deposit?
nobody else had done this in any prior administrations or anything.
To me to deposit in
Right.
the city's bank account.
Right.
Oh, I'm not aware of that, I don't know anything about that.
That should be addressed. It should have been addressed to the whole council.
Who brought this idea up anyway?
I did,
Why?
because that's taxpayer money.
Under whose
And
authority did you
Well,
bring
we
it up?
don't,
And so what I did a year ago, 12 months ago, when we made the first trip and several people didn't, not several, but
I didn't go.
a council member didn't make the,
I didn't go, yeah.
I didn't want the city and taxpayers to give us a hard time about that, so I sent everybody a memo. And I also copied Mr. Minifield on the memo where I was requesting that everybody pay up front, and that way
You don't
the
have
city
that
won't lose money,
authority.
and
You
it's
don't
been-
have that authority.
Administrative,
No,
You don't have that authority.
administrative.
no, that's not, you can't.
Well,
That's city,
you don't have it.
that goes to the council still.
Well, we've gone back by 12 months, why didn't you bring it to me when you first got
Hey,
the
we're
letter?
discussing it.
I'm bringing it to you now.
I understand you are now, and I still think that
That's
everybody
what you
should.
think, but that's not the way it's supposed to be done.
I think it's been done in other cities,
It hasn't been done in a minute.
it's been done in other cities.
What city?
I don't know, I'll ask the
You
LMA in
don't know that's
February.
right.
I'll ask it.
This is not the first time this has happened in the prior administration, where people didn't go. And all of a sudden, it's a big issue now.
Well,
But it's not you can't make that decision.
I thought this started with Tommy Davis. I
Huh?
thought it started with Tommy.
No, Tommy didn't start that, he started that. Mike Tomlin missed many of meetings.
I just remember that there was a credit card, I used his credit card to hold a room, and then there was a no-show, and his credit card was hit with the room charge, and I had no documentation to back it up. He was worried about the auditors catching that.
That was for a room, that's not
Yeah, that's
registration
not,
to
that's
these.
our
No,
personal.
no, but it's the same thing, that's why it happened. We didn't have any backup to go with that charge on the mayor's credit card.
well, my thing is as the chief executive officer of the executive branch of the city, I feel like that I should watch the expenses and be very frugal of the taxpayers' money, and that's why I did it.
But you didn't have the votes. That's what I keep telling you.
As an administrative person, you know,
You don't have
you
it.
should have come and asked me a year ago.
Oh, I shouldn't have did that, it didn't matter to me at the time. How many times have you asked me something that you didn't know?
Say again now,
How many times have you asked me something that you didn't know?
give me an example.
Very few,
Okay,
if any.
okay.
So.
Okay then, I'm pretty sure I got a little more experience than you did, but you go to other people and ask them.
I didn't quite understand what you said the last time. You're sure what?
That you had some questions that could have been addressed to me
You said something about a little more sense.
Oh, I didn't say that,
Oh,
but I probably do.
okay.
But it doesn't, even
That's
in
what
the,
you want
even in the
out of
ordinance
church.
book, it doesn't even say anything about being the chief executive or duties of the mayor. I don't see anything about duties of the
I'm
mayor
the-
enacting stuff
I'm
as they see
I'm the
fit.
executive branch, the chief executive, y'all are the legislative branch, and Mr. Minister is the judicial branch.
The council is the governing authority,
Yes.
and so I think that should have been the council's decision to do that. That's all I'm saying.
If you'll excuse me, I have a 1 o'clock appointment.
Okay.
Happy New Year to you, ma'am.
Thank you, same to y'all.
Does anybody have any other questions about the handbook?
Oh, yeah, and we never got to me. I was just waiting on you all to finish
We never got to what
going.
now?
I was just waiting on you to finish going through your part, so
Okay.
I can go through
Do you have
mine.
a copy of it, so I can look at it?
No.
I
Mm-mm.
asked for a copy.
I'll send it to you.
Well, today's the 30th.
Oh, it's right here in the email, I can send it to you.
What now?
It's right here in my email, I can
Okay.
send it to you. You want me to send it down?
Go ahead and send it, and that way I can go print it out, I can follow better.
Okay.
So what are we gonna do about this next? I see we got a
What's your
LMA coming up.
Pardon me?
What's your email?
Mayor@MendenUSA.com.
So what are we gonna do about this LMA convention coming up in January, February?
We're all gonna send in our checks like we've always done. For the
Huh?
past, we're all gonna send in our checks like we've done over the past year.
No, we're not.
We're not gonna hold my check that long again.
No, we're not. The city's gonna do it how they started off doing it last February. I think until the council decides to do something, I mean, that's ridiculous. If we started out that way, then you change that because of one person. And that's like, you know,
If you're depositing our checks, why did it take them almost 3 weeks before I get it on my statement?
You give us a check and it goes in the bank, and it takes 3, I don't know, ask your bank, because the city makes deposits every
well, I
year.
get cashier's checks from my, when I turn in my checks, I just turn in the cashier's.
Did you send it,
check.
Ms. Walker?
Mhm.
Okay, excuse me just for a second, I went in and put it out.
Okay.
How is it?
I see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Because I send your check in with your registration form and I hold everything until the expense report, which is after the meeting, which could be a month or 2 out.
Right.
I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, did you email me?
I mean, I don't even know why we
I
had,
could do a separate expense report for just that check and get that back for you a lot quicker.
I mean, why can't we do it like we were?
Like we've been doing it.
The registration money goes in.
It's coming from TW.
Stream right?
It's not coming from
You got your stream
the
back.
city administrator. TW.
Yeah, I'll get it home.
Good minutes on these.
No, copies for everybody.
The time when.
Mr. Minister, are you still, oh, you still here, okay. I gotta ask something. I need to know.
I got kinda lost on that. The times.
Oh, it was 10 to 10.
We need to write that down for Charles.
10 to 12 on Sunday.
Can you write that down for Charles?
Yeah,
I
we
think
can
you
read
wrote,
it right.
you wrote something.
I thought he was writing it down.
Yeah, I see something.
But he said he wasn't, I don't know.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry, just got here serving lunch.
You could've brought us some.
Huh?
You could've brought us some.
I served 2 seniors, I didn't have any either. Oh, I said I went there and sitting there and.
Where were you serving?
Senior center.
Oh, okay.
I do it every day, yeah.
Oh, wow, really?
Yeah, it was one of my
my mama's favorite places, so I figure if you're gonna retire, that's a good place to give back.
I never could get my mom to go, and I think she would've loved it.
It was great.
Shoot, I'm about ready to be there. I'm sure I'm old enough.
I think you only have to be 60 to sign up. It's like the best kept secret for any senior in any town.
With the
It's
council.
They serve lunch every day.
Council on Aging serve lunch every day, $2.
$2, yeah.
$2, and it is a
You know
full-fledged,
lunch.
I
yeah.
already know about it. I hadn't been, but I know about it.
It's a wonderful experience for those that don't get to get out and do anything else.
1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6.
I've been tempted.
Okay. Yeah, there's always plenty of time for all of that
Yeah.
later.
What is it, 55 and older or 60 and older?
60 and older.
Not yet.
Oh, wow, I'm way there.
I think it's 60, unless there's a disability, yes, that
Benefit
is.
machines up here? Oh, yes, we do.
6, 1, 2, 3, 6, yeah, I said 6.
I know when I bought lunch. My lunch.
You
That's
made
how
your
you do it?
copies.
Sorry, I brought breakfast.
Well, I had breakfast before I came, I kinda figured we'd be here for a while.
I should have, I took my meds and then
Nah, I kinda
What
figured.
is today's day?
The 30th,
I mean, of the week.
Monday.
Monday.
It's
We're
just
all messed up because of the holiday.
Yeah, I'm all right.
Guess I had to get pulled over water.
That's what I asked them down there today, what
When
days
you
am I
get that
supposed to
water?
be here, because I couldn't keep up.
What's that?
Here you go, take this one.
It's hot.
Alright, thank you, thank you. Out of his refrigerator. I like room temperature water
That's
anyway.
right, get full off of water. Oh, we got chocolates.
Bring me some of them.
Their lunch, huh?
Hmm? What time is it?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
I figured we'll be here a couple of hours.
Yeah, girl, I still have
Did I
one.
have breakfast right before I came?
Hey, what up, bro? Man, what, Jennifer, we should? Man, we gonna, take Connor to Party Central a little bit later today for his birthday. You know, I wanna bring him into, I'm in this council meeting right now. He's to get our work at 1, or she's gonna get our work right now. I believe, party.
Well, they're not gonna sneak up on anybody.
No, I'm gonna face you face to face.
Talking about your shoes.
I know.
How you doing? How's your tournaments coming?
Or a little noisy.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Like you.
Appreciate you, brother.
Where is the person from the press? Are they still here?
He had somewhere else to stand too when I saw him.
She keeps misspelling my name.
You keep what?
Misspelling my name.
Well, he puts 2 N's in there.
Yes, I had to do mine all the time.
Okay, the company, it is. Okay, what do you
Party Central, follow the
want that, you know, when you're an incoming employee for the first time, you know, and y'all, we gotta look at pride, experience, or something like that. They don't do that with civil service. Civil service police officer starts off, all start off with the same
Yeah.
salary.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
just the
care.
other employees.
You know,
Mhm.
firemen, the same thing.
Yeah.
They don't even, you know how you, every year you get a 2-year income, a 2% raise, you can't even transfer that over to the civil service, the firemen. You still got, they all got to be paid the same, if you're a first-year fireman,
Okay.
you know. Because it becomes too manipulative.
What you have Sunday dinner at?
I didn't go this week. It's so good there though. And now everybody's talking
What do
about
they
the
have to
place
do to get
across
a
the
raise?
street too, that's Mexican. It's not good.
What I have to do, man, just put in for one, ask for
Yes,
one.
sir.
Couple new
I
places
guess
down
that's
there.
how we
In the
doing
jeans
it.
on it?
I've been,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the kind of food I grew up on because Dad came home every
I
day
got one
for
of yours.
lunch, so.
Hmm?
But I don't need
I got one of
it,
yours
as you
chips.
can look and tell.
Dude, I had to look at this in my bed.
You ain't looking at nothing.
I honestly look at, no, it's still sealed.
No, I'm telling you,
I don't
if
even
you
know
look
that.
at it, you ain't looking at nothing.
I don't know how I got on my desk. Last council meeting, I just, said, Jordan, like,
So we ain't even got into these things about, like on these special weekends, if for alcohol, you're allowed to drink, where? See, I've addressed this matter as soon when we decide to have, you can have special holidays, that we need to make some arrangement for these people drinking and where they can drink. It's not listed. Anybody can just be walking down the street here, but hey, and I
So
don't
no
think-
New Orleans law, huh?
Huh?
No New Orleans law.
Yeah. In fact, the police approached me about that. They don't know when to arrest. And, you know, you out there partying, can they initiate drinking in public? Being drunk in public, you know what I mean?
Public intoxication.
But so far, they've been handling it very well.
yeah, it's not the Mardi Gras.
But you never know when somebody gonna cross the line.
Yeah.
I eat Mardi Gras parade.
I don't see,
It's a big district.
anything like, maybe the food truck selling alcohol, the food truck selling alcohol.
I don't know.
Do we have anything in our?
No. So that's something we need to put in there.
I don't think that,
Huh?
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you don't think they're gonna be?
I mean, as far as them selling it, if it's a special event,
So I
I'm
just
talking
came
about
straight
them selling it.
How you doing?
You know,
I'm doing
alcohol.
okay. I'm at.
That's
So
something y'all
we
may
have to address that.
So right, they gonna try it.
Oh, yeah. So that's one, that's definite, cause I was looking when I saw, possession of alcoholic beverages in a motor vehicle, I was trying to see if that was saying that they couldn't sell. But it wasn't. It was just talking basically about the open container.
Mhm.
So we probably need to address that, cause that'll be the next thing.
I thought we addressed that when I was down.
Oh, maybe so, I mean, you know, I wouldn't bring it up.
Should have happened. Because you remember, we stopped all that hanging out across the street. And that's what people hang out with in the car. That's across the
Yeah.
street, they never did, you know.
I know, but we just don't want the food trucks to sell alcohol.
do the whole book, so it's taken a while.
I, that's part of my grocery list when I get,
What, granola?
I'm a granola bar.
Good for you.
Not them right there. They got the caramel on them and everything good.
It's still pretty good for you.
So it's
So I'm gonna do my keto diet from the 7th to the 7th again. I need to lose me about 20 more.
So,
Meat and vegetables.
that's it.
No sugar, no
No
starches.
starch.
No sugar, no starches. Only fruits you can eat is with a berry. Strawberry, raspberry, blueberry, blackberries. I got a cheat thing I sent to you.
Wonder why not apples and oranges.
Sugar content high in it. Alcohol on the rocks, no cognac, just brandy.
Y'all just, is that the last thing y'all doing,
I have-
going over this?
I have a question.
The last thing I have.
I have a question, Mr. Minister, before you leave.
Mhm.
So, this right here is basically the law for the city, right?
Mhm.
So what do we do when somebody's just in violation of stuff continuously, repeatedly? How do we address that?
Depending on what.
It's his job to bring it to our attention.
Yeah.
It's his job to tell us when we're in
That's why I was-
violation.
That's why I was asking him this question.
Yeah.
So, and I asked that pertaining to Officer, Sean Griffin.
What about it?
The mayor spoke as the governing authority for the city not to pursue an appeal and also for the city to do a quick, civil service trial. I mean, wouldn't that be your job to decide how much time you need to get ready for the civil service trial?
Yeah.
So, but he spoke on behalf of,
Well, y'all been telling him here today that he's not the governing authority. It's in the code, in our ordinance code.
and also to, as far as signing contracts and stuff like that, right? So my question, Mr. Mayor, is,
He's supposed to, if he signed the contract on behalf of the city, he's supposed to get the approval of the council,
yes, exactly.
you know?
So, Mr. Mayor, did you sign the settlement contract?
No. I don't know what
You
contract
don't
you're
have a
talking about.
franchising agreement with settlement?
No, well, yes and no, Baton Rouge, didn't I go to Baton Rouge, Mr. Floyd? Dutton,
Franchising for the city of
yeah,
Minden?
I didn't sign the contract.
No, I'm not aware.
They changed that up, it's the.
You know, right, really, a person who wants to get a high franchise, like certain link and all those kind of stuff, they don't have to go to the city now. They can go to the Secretary of State. And Secretary of State can give them the right to put up the minimum.
No, we get a check from them annually for total rental fee.
Okay.
And
Plus
that's,
franchise.
yeah,
So, that's why I think, what's his name, Graham was trying to look on some of those ordinances.
Yeah,
So we could at least get something out of them.
Thank you.
but as far as what Mr. Taylor was saying, acting as the governing authority, because that has happened in more than one instance, that the thing with, the Griffith brothers, that whole thing, even with Mr. Floyd's resignation, we didn't, your last day was supposed to be when, today?
Tomorrow.
No.
Tomorrow? So,
He rescinded that resignation.
We never got it in writing. Like we got the resignation.
Yeah, you got a copy, I believe.
Not with rescinded,
Well, how did you know he was staying there?
because we got it and said it.
you said at the council meeting that you asked him to stay.
Oh, I did. I did ask him to stay. Several times.
Well, is that matter still open?
I didn't think it was.
It should be.
No.
I don't know, I'm just saying, I thought it would live up to the council if they want to accept the decision.
Yeah, that's what I
Well,
would
they
think.
didn't even accept his resignation.
Well, since we have that in writing, I think that should be on the agenda as well, then, since it's in writing.
That's up to the job.
Everybody got a handbook?
So we just gonna ignore that?
Yep.
So, why? Why is that?
Because he rescinded his resignation.
I don't have that in writing. I have his resignation in writing, but I don't have his rescission in writing.
Would you like a copy of it?
Don't none of that. So just because he decided, oh, well, I'm gonna stay till this time, we supposed to accept that?
I would think so.
Why? Cause you want it?
Well, that's a good reason, yeah. Because he needs to be here during
Honestly,
the
when we
audit.
first started this whole thing, you didn't want him here. Truth be told.
Truth be told. I
Yeah,
never-
truth be told, you didn't want him here when we first started this whole endeavor.
Well, let me reverse that question. You have that right?
Nope.
Okay.
But I said it is right.
Oh,
Ms. Walker, did you hear that?
Yep.
Oh, you didn't know that, huh, Mike? They didn't want you.
why didn't we? I always wanted my handbook.
They didn't want you, Mike. They didn't want you
You
or Mr.
have
Midfield.
obviously
Taylor.
confused with somebody else.
No, I don't. You or him, both was against Mr.
What
Midfield
page,
and Mr.
do you
Ford.
want to start your
Start your
handbook on?
Nah, I don't.
I'm up. I think y'all need to look into that real seriously
Okay.
and decide y'all gonna accept he's changing his mind or not.
What page you want to start your handbook
Okay.
on?
We're gonna start on page 23.
Okay.
So basically what I did, I went through and where a lot of it had just the mayor. It completely left out the council, so I added in the council. So right here, when you look at selection and hiring process, right here on page 23, the recommendation will come before the mayor and council. And the council be the final appointing authority, because we need for things to be done fairly. So basically, in this employee manual, the personnel committee took the place of the council. So I went through, I took out all of the personnel committee, I took them out of everything.
Okay.
And I added the mayor and, it was mayor and I added and council, and the city council. And y'all looking at it right there in red. So if you have any questions,
So let's just add the council to
Mhm.
all the things, instead of personnel committee, it's the mayor and the council.
mhm. Public safety personnel will be recommended to the city council by the
Where
chief.
you at, where you at now?
I'm at, next to the last paragraph. And you see right there in red, it says building official, then I put slash inspector, because he is the city inspector, building official, and he's the inspector, city inspector also. Public safety personnel will be recommended to the council by the chief of police and the fire chief. Right here, the hiring of part-time employees and temporary employees will be at the request of the supervisor, the mayor, and subject to the council approval.
So my question with that is, the council approves, so we'll be hiring part-time employees at a regular session, a regular council session, instead of,
Well, I mean, it needs to come through us, because previously, I mean, even before, when you get over to wages, the council and the mayor are supposed to determine the wages for part-time, employees, and we have yet to do that.
Before you actually hire them, you have to come in here during the day and interview them to see if you wanna hire them. You can't just, you'll have to meet during the day to interview all of these employees.
Okay?
so then again, what I say is to actually hire them, basically, they'll be on council sessions, that's what I'm just trying to get at. 'Cause I
That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Y'all come in here and set up times to meet with them during the day, interview them, and then they'll go across the city council. We got to vote on them.
Revisions of job descriptions where it said will be presented to the personnel committee. I'm on the next page, 24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any revisions to the job descriptions need to come before the council. That's not the personnel committee taking them out of it.
So we don't have personnel.
No, there's no personnel committee anymore, zero done, over with.
So the
Okay. Yeah.
descriptions are not with council.
Yeah.
So they've been taken out of everything. And y'all feel free to chime in as you look through here and it's just,
So this probationary period, after responsible length of time is elapsed.
It just had a reasonable length of time, but that needs to be established. What's a reasonable length of time when you're talking about a probationary period? Is it 1 month, is it 2 months? Employees need to know.
Okay.
A reasonable amount of time, you can't just leave that open like that.
Yeah, okay.
So, I said 60 days.
That's kinda short. I think it ought to be 90.
90 days for the first
Probationary
one?
period, yeah, 90 day for the probationary period.
Nobody can learn their job in 60 days. They really can't learn it in 90 days.
Probationary period is 6 months.
Oh, it says review. This says review,
Now
or
it's
a
every
review.
2 months is what we do.
A review after 90 days.
This is what Tarika had actually. We did them every 2 months, and their probationary period was 6 months.
That's a review.
With that being said, with the, we spoke with the chief before about this, when we hire these officers, we should be able to do a review after 6 months before their year is up. Isn't that how it went?
No, it was 90 days. It was 90 days because, when you have officers and they're confirmed and you start to hear things about how they're treating the citizens, this, that, and the other, then we've already confirmed them that they do what they wanna do. So,
How long does it take civil service to confirm them? A year?
a year?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's just basically, we wanna bring them back in and, do a review on them. Just cause like, you hear stuff, I hear stuff in the community about certain officers, cussing citizens out. It's just, community relations is big.
Mhm.
And, treat everybody accordingly. So when we hire these officers and we just let them come in and then next thing you know, they come in, I got a badge, I got a gun, I can say, talk to you, treat you however you want. Without no reprimand behind it.
Yeah. And that's what's happening.
Well, they should be interviewed real thoroughly.
I mean,
But
but after they get on.
that's after.
I
Or
would say
their
what you-
personality changes.
Yes, I mean, it happens, I can tell you
Yeah.
what you want to hear in an interview.
And the chief agreed that should happen because it's been some instances where he's had to call officers in and talk to them about some things he's heard.
Yeah,
And
we had
basically, it's
discussions.
just to say, hey, we're still watching you, and until you make that year, you can be terminated, so they need to know that.
Well, we're at will anyway, we can terminate anything.
Not civil service, cause if that's
Well,
the case.
they don't become civil service for a year.
I mean, but, even with that being said,
You still let them know
Yes.
what, you know, what you've heard that they've done and talk to them about it, not just say,
I mean, there's two sides to every story.
Yeah.
If we only get one side, then we're thinking, looking at them like they're being bullies, and they might not be.
Mm-hmm. So that body camera comes in handy.
That needs
That's
to be put
another
in
thing.
this as well.
Well, I think Ms. Walker has it in there.
about the body camera.
And then 26 is just take out the mayor network council.
Who is that? Let's see.
Have we received an invoice where they bought all those body cameras?
I have not seen an invoice yet, no.
They don't report to me.
So,
Yeah, we need to know if they been purchased.
I know they had a delay in the,
so the council's gonna basically, then again, they're gonna come back before the council, and we gonna decide if they're on probation.
That's what it looks like.
Ms. Walker?
Yeah,
So, again, like,
we're putting the council back, the council was taking out everything in his name.
no, I'm just looking at this part right here
Personnel was taken out.
on 26. It says the decision of the council would be to consider finding for employees on probation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Don't we wanna just leave that part with the mayor? That's coming back in on a council meeting. Again, to say, well, you're on probation. I mean, after, what is it, 6 months? Ms. Wanda?
In 6 months.
If they last 6 months at an at-will place of employment, most likely they coming off probation anyway.
Are we ready to go to the next page?
Yeah.
Yeah.
28.
That's what I was saying right here as far as disciplinary actions.
That's with,
27,
yeah, with them, even the verbals, with them, with, employees having things in their personnel file, then it needs to be signed and dated by the employee.
Mm-hmm.
So when the employee comes in here to sign all that, do y'all need to meet with him and explain it to him before he signs it?
No, we don't need to meet with them and explain it to them if they've been given a verbal reprimand. I mean, it needs to be documentation, you know, and not just.
So what if they refuse to sign it? What is that? If they refuse
Well,
to sign it? Cause if I don't feel like I did nothing wrong, I ain't signing nothing.
You document it down there, you just put employee refused to sign it,
Yeah,
it goes in the
that's
personnel
it.
folder.
But it's still the employee knows, just like you were saying that a person had been written up 3 times, 7 days apart, and one time they were on vacation. You know, you can't just put stuff in people's personnel files and they have no knowledge. They need to sign it and at least acknowledging that they know it's there.
So when they get a verbal, write-up, do we notify y'all?
No,
No,
they
that's
sign
not what it
They-
says.
No, it's just saying that they
Okay.
sign it.
It's just saying that they sign it, the employee signs it. No, we don't have to be notified.
Cause if we're documenting verbal write-ups, they can sign it.
Well, I'm confused about under the, class 2 offenses and class 3 offenses, the termination appeal procedure is available to the full-time employee. But y'all have the council making the decision to terminate, and the termination appeal procedure is to the council. So they won't have an appeal.
So the mayor should be able to terminate and the council can do the appeal. 'Cause
They
the
should be
council-
able to
If the council
appeal
terminate,
tomorrow.
if the council terminate,
What
they
page
ain't
is that
gonna
one?
accept the appeal.
28.
Well, if the mayor terminates and they don't like what I do, then
They
they
can
appeal
appeal
to
to
you.
the
Appeal to the
Yeah,
council.
that's how.
But if the council terminates, then they gonna, who they gonna appeal to? They gonna appeal to the same people that terminated?
I mean,
They'll probably sue us.
I
The
mean,
council's decision is final.
I'm just saying how it's worded on here, it should.
Well, yeah, it'd be
it
what,
should
just
stay
the
with
mayor.
did the-
Mhm.
Yeah, it should stay
Okay.
with the mayor and the council can, the appeal process goes through the
Goes
council.
to the
Okay.
council.
Okay. 3.
So it stays with the
So
mayor.
what
Council
about
are the same
What about
thing.
the mayor and the council may deem appropriate?
Well, that really needs to just be the mayor and then,
The council for the appeal
and
process.
then the council for the appeal
Yeah.
process.
Okay.
And
Okay,
I
but the-
talked to Keith King before he left a while ago, and told him that we needed to get with whomever their civil service guru is downstairs, and look at fire and police, disciplinary action in this book.
Yes, because.
Because I'm not sure we can send anybody home without pay.
Well, it's not even that.
You send them home with pay until an investigation is done, and then when the council takes action, if they wanna terminate, then they go without pay, or the council can, after the investigation, say, I'm sending you home for 10 days without pay. But right off the bat, I don't think you can send them home without pay until an investigation's done, but I'm not sure. We need to get with the civil service people downstairs and get that looked at very closely.
Okay, and it's,
Number 20?
yeah, number 20, the body campaign, I'm all for it, but what is the, penalty for repetitive offenders, repeated offenders? How do we do that, or like, you know, okay, the first offense is what?
So that's considered a class 3 offense right here, and this is what was already in the handbook where it said that the civil service,
Would be immediately
fire,
suspended.
yeah, would be immediately suspended.
Without pay. I'm not
Without
sure-
pay.
I'm not sure if that's
Oh,
right.
so, I didn't touch the without pay part, but I just added that as one of the offenses,
Yeah.
them not having the footage from the body cam.
I'm worried about the without pay thing.
That's acceptable. If they stop somebody, they should be able to protect us as a city from any lawsuits or anything like that, instead of their word against the other person's word.
Mhm. And the rest of it on page 31, it's just,
Striking the personnel.
mhm.
So y'all, after the incident, y'all will meet and come up here and review with the employee that had the
But you
incident?
know, we all can't meet at the same time.
No, I mean,
If it's a call meeting, you can.
Yeah, but that's, okay, so that was 3 days. How, call meeting has to be, how much informed to the public, Ms. Wanda? Or call
I don't think we have to
That's
come at the
why-
same time, we don't have to come, it's just that we could just come to look at it. You know, not necessarily saying we're gonna have a meeting to look at it.
Well, I think the employee should be there to have verbal communication with y'all.
Okay.
I mean, but, you know, whoever the personnel committee was, if they can get together, I guess we can get together as a council.
We just do a call meeting and let you interview.
24 hours a
Yeah,
day.
24 hours. You still want us to drug screen? When they have a little tap on the thing, we already drug
Yeah.
screen?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Well, to have that employee here, it'll have to be during.
Yeah, it'd have to be during hours.
Is that-
And all we need at least a quorum to do that,
Mhm.
so.
Well, I have a lot of meetings.
Yeah.
Sure, look.
I mean, how often do we terminate employees?
Well, depends on which department you're
It's
talking
not
about.
terminating, it's hiring, especially if you wanna be part-time. I mean, sometimes I have a stack of 10 or 12 I'm working on at one time.
But the turnover's not big with the city.
Department 21, the turnover's huge.
Huge.
What's that, beautification?
Swing and door.
Y'all get ready to meet at
That's
least,
beautification?
get ready to meet at least once a week, at least, at the minimum once a week.
I got a question. How the time clock's working out?
We're still working on that. We're working with Tyler, we had a training session the other day with Tyler. You know, we're getting there, but, I mean,
Well-
this is kinda like the alcohol ordinance in this handbook, it's a slow process, cause you gotta be right up front.
one of the questions one of the city workers asked me is, from what I understand, he's saying that they're gonna have to clock out at lunch.
No, that's wrong information,
Why don't they?
because,
Is that people in the
let's-
street department?
yeah,
Yeah.
let's say they're cutting grass over here at Roosevelt
Yeah.
Park.
They gotta come all the way.
They gotta drive all the
All
way
the way
back.
here.
Well,
Yeah, I got you.
they just ate up their lunchtime.
Yeah.
I mean, that's city dollars and cents and gasoline. So no, they don't clock out for lunch.
I wanna go back to the hiring process just a second.
What
So,
page?
I don't know, okay. Does the council want to be involved in the interviewing of full-time and part-time?
Mhm.
And then y'all wanna be involved in all those interviews?
Yes.
And then if you like them, then we have to wait until the council meeting to get them approved? That's good.
See, you know, my thing is like this, there's certain people, like I've known people to put in applications that's never even made it to the interview process.
Yeah.
And
Well-
then there's been people that are friends of other people that's gotten jobs.
Wait, let me back up and ask a question, cause I might be missing something. When you have like 10 interviews for, somebody, a grass mower, y'all wanna come and interview all 10 of them? Is that what I'm hearing? I mean, are y'all wanting to interview for the
I just
department?
feel like
head?
the selection process, how it's been going, this just seemed like it's been a buddy system. And it needs to be corrected to where everybody has a equal opportunity to get a city job.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is, let's say there's a department open in the line crew
Mhm.
for a lineman, and there's 8 applications.
But
So
here,
y'all wanna come in and decide which one's the
here's the
best
thing,
qualified
that's
for
not what
that?
this says,
No?
it says interview/investigation. Okay, so, but what we do want to happen is for it to come across us before they're hired. It's not per se that we wanna come here and interview every single person, but we wanna know
You want-
who's hired.
You wanna interview the one that's chosen for the position. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, so if.
it's not saying that we want to interview every single person, this one this says the person after the recommendation has been made,
Okay,
then
so,
it comes to us.
okay, I just wanna
Yeah.
be clear, I just wanna be clear.
So that's why I was listening, like, we don't have to come in, it's, once the recommendation has been made, then it comes to us. We're not coming here sitting and hiring interviewing every single person that applies for a job here.
Okay, so then once you've interviewed them, then we put them on the agenda to
Yeah.
go to the city council, well, you know we're gonna lose a lot of them, they're not gonna wait a month or 45 days.
No. Yeah, we're not hiring that many people,
Okay,
Part-time too?
for everybody,
everybody.
the council interviews and hires everybody. Okay, we on page, 32 now? No, 33, 35, we take the mayor out of everything and council does all that. The council decides all the promotion, all the transfer, all the demotions, hires all the part-time, hires all the temporary.
For the mayor and council,
Where do I do something?
part-time
Oh,
compensation.
on the temporary, yeah, I'm involved in that one. And the part-time.
Demotions, the department heads and the council.
You might as well take me out of those two as well.
So that's just like right here, when y'all, what page you on? You're looking at
35.
Okay, so when we look at part-time compensation, it's already set by the mayor and council. Well, we just hired a new part-time person to take Ms. Harriet's place. We didn't have anything to do with that, the person that replaced her.
No,
The salaries or, the salary or anything, we didn't have anything to do with that.
But here it said it will be set by the mayor and council.
it says the salary of part-time employees will be set by the mayor and council. It doesn't say you will hire them,
No,
you just set it.
we don't know what a salary is, we didn't set the salary, we didn't discuss that.
You didn't have to, it was already set.
So Ms. Harris made the same for them, how many years was she here?
I don't really know.
13?
I don't
How
really
many
know.
years was Ms. Harris here?
She was here before I came up here.
Okay, so
Who?
she having
Miss Harris.
Was it when?
this workshop.
She was never full-time.
Hello? I'm still in this workshop.
Was she full-time in Light and Water? No, part-time?
She was part-time.
Oh, she working like.
She was part-time, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out like, so her salary stayed the same or she got raises? I mean, what was the starting salary? What was, like,
Oh,
when she
I don't
hired
know.
on the asset, what was her
I
starting salary?
never looked at her paycheck.
Because, so how did you determine, I don't even know the lady's name, let's say. How was her?
Miss Allen?
Miss Allen, how was her salary determined? If Miss Harris had been here all them years, I'm pretty sure she started at a different salary.
No, she went
Part-time
home. She
the
went home.
part-time,
She went home and came back.
So part-time employees are what?
the part-time employees at the reception desk make $10 the hour.
Right.
Okay. So
The
that
job was.
And it was originally set at $9.75, and then it was raised to $10.
When the council approved that a couple years ago, it was the same as I made when I was for the city.
So Mrs. Allen, started out with the $10.
Okay.
So would that position fall under administrative, classified as administrative,
The decision, maybe?
that position?
Yeah,
It would. Okay, so if that's classified as administrative, then the salary should be 14. right?
It's under the administrative umbrella, it's not an administrative position. It's under administration, which, you know,
Okay, so social media was under administrative,
Or the umbrella.
no, he wasn't under the umbrella. He was hired in, he does more than answering the phone. That's what they do, is answer the
I
phone.
think Michael Manick was in Department 8.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to.
So Department 8s are certain, that's how you do.
Department 8 is administration.
And Department 21 gets paid $10.
What is 21?
The one that was constantly.
Parks and beautification.
What name?
Parks and beautification.
so what department is the receptionist out there, Department
It's
8?
in Department 08,
Okay, so that's administrative, right?
right?
Okay, so that means that, administration, that means that they should be making $14 an hour.
No.
Per what you said a couple of meetings ago.
That's just the department they're in.
It's administrative, that was your justification for the social media being moved from $9.75 to $14 an hour. That was your justification.
No, my justification was, is that
He worked indoors, you made a mistake, if he worked indoors, he should be getting paid where all the indoor employees are getting paid, which was $14.
No.
They work indoors,
because he's got a college degree and the technology that he has, just like it's.
that's not what you said, skill level. That's not what you said.
You
Skill
didn't,
level.
you didn't word it like that.
No,
What?
it wasn't
You worded it
worded,
like
it
that.
wasn't worded like that, that's not what you said. That's why I said to you that these things should be in black and white, what people are going to make when they start. Because, see, that's a discrepancy. You said because he was under the administrative umbrella, then the salary had to be $14 an hour. You made a mistake. So those receptionists, they are under the administrative umbrella, Department 8, 08, the same as social media, so that means they should be making $14 an hour. And you even said, okay, they work inside, so they should make $14 an hour.
It's a different skill
They
level.
work inside.
Let me ask you a question.
They work inside.
What do you do inside at the school?
I'm assistant principal.
Okay, so you.
But, no, I'm not gonna make the same as a custodian, that's understood, it's two different
Well,
job
it's-
descriptions.
Exactly, and a different skill level. A
Two
different skill level.
But
A
based
different
on
skill
what
level.
you said, cause it's under the administrative department, that's what you said, that was your
I
justification.
think you just worded it wrong then, I honestly think you said it without, just said it because if I worked in Department 21, I would feel some kind of way then.
Yeah, we just going by what you said.
Okay, well, and we talk about this every time we have a workshop too, so.
I mean, but we just need the clarity, okay, so
Sure.
part-time, if you are a receptionist, you're gonna make $10. If you come in another, administrative position, under the administration umbrella, then you're gonna make 14. It needs to be outlined, so there are no discrepancies as to what people will make when they come here, that's what I've been saying from the beginning.
It's, what I said several months back. Miss Allen knew what she was gonna make when she came in, because it is outlined. Okay, new department, you've told me new department several times, social media. Realize I made a mistake.
Where's it outlined
So-
at, though? If that's what he's just saying, we don't have it in writing.
No, that's what I'm saying. His job description, he's
No,
got a
I'm just
job
talking
description.
about the departments and what they make.
Yeah.
I'm not even on Will, I'm just on
Yeah.
just.
It's not
right,
about
what's
Will,
right.
Will,
It's not
it's not
about Will,
about
it's just
you.
about what's right, so I'm just trying to say, what she's saying is basically we need to have a scale put in place.
Okay. Okay, so we're at the bottom of 35.
I just gotta, I feel like this, the mayor should be added into this equation. The council, I feel like it should be the department heads, the council, and the final approval of the mayor for promotions. As the council sees, we make a recommendation, you know, this is what they should get, they should get promoted. Well, we promote the police, so, you know.
That's fine.
No, I'm just, I see it, I mean, we promote we promote the police with the
That's-
recommendation of the department head, which is the supervisor of the
Yeah,
chief.
that's why,
Yeah,
we're
I
all
see- I see-
looking
I
at it, so
understand
you
now.
can
Yeah.
make whatever changes or give your input, so.
No,
Are you under the demotions?
I was
Promotions.
I was looking at from promotions to demotions, the same thing. You know,
Okay, next suggestion's on page 38.
the on-call policy. With this, remember, Mayor Davis had, a situation with that on-call policy with the, was that the line crew? They weren't getting their full on-call money? You had spoke to them after the meeting, they were upset about it, one of the departments. About it.
After what meeting?
After the meeting, Mayor Davis shut them down as far as about their,
I spoke to him?
yeah, you came up to them after the meeting was over, this before we took office. Geez, it was like right before the last administration.
What is this now?
The, on-call, compensation for on-call employees. Is this effective for all on-call employees, or is it just some of them? Because they had a discrepancy with all of them.
Well, you have to agree to be on call.
Yeah, so they'll get the $200.
Yeah.
Who had a problem? The street department?
It was, Lil John was in whatever department he in. He's in one of those departments, but they showed up to a council meeting.
I think since they had that discrepancy, I
It was a
think,
street department.
Street department, yeah.
I think they've come to agreement now that they want that overtime.
They want that, yeah, okay.
Those are the guys that were out cutting the tree, Terry, when you had 3 or 4 of them out there, so I think they've come to the, at first, Miles was getting all the,
There you go, right there.
that's what it was. They didn't want it at first, but I think they've come to the conclusion that they want it now.
Okay.
That's what that was.
What's your next page? You got something on this?
38.
38?
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah, well, 38.
Oh,
A question to the page 38. Under extenuating circumstances, the mayor or the supervisor of the department with the council's prior approval may adjust all scheduling and/or compensation. Scheduling? The department heads are not waiting to schedule somebody to do the work. They're gonna come to the mayor and tell the mayor, I need tomorrow 2 guys on call.
Okay, I understand that.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand that. And, yeah.
Yes,
That's more practical to.
okay. Agree.
What's your next page number, Ms. Walker? 73, I think, maybe?
Oh, yeah. I think this what you were talking about too, the problem solving.
Oh, we've seen this, we've seen it twice.
There was not, you all were talking about it, we just didn't have it to look at.
Yeah, this is basically the same thing I said.
Yeah.
But.
No, I'm in a meeting right now,
I
council
do
meeting.
think it needs to be longer than 72
Okay,
hours.
yeah.
That's not time for y'all to get together and make that decision.
You said 5 days, right?
I said 5 business days.
5 business days. And I don't have it in here, but someone said something about, what were we talking about?
What page?
73,
That was the last page you had anything more from.
I think that was it. But you said some other things about, what did you say something about, in yours, that you had? 5 business days, right there. See
Yeah,
what it says,
that's the only thing I have to
72
5
hours.
business days.
And,
Okay.
the last line in the first paragraph. Instead of 72 hours, 5 business days.
And then I had on page, 73, take out, under promotion policy, take out that line which says, please submit your request for consideration for a specific position directly to your supervisor. I said they need to fill out an application. And then, again, I said under miscellaneous tips, maximum should be 15%.
What page is that?
That's on page 80.
80?
Yes, sir.
On page 78, where we was just talking about the travel and stuff like that, I mean, it's not even in here.
That is-
78 on hers.
I'm looking at 78.
No, I was just looking at it, 78, 79, it doesn't,
What are you talking about?
as far as us paying for these trips ahead of
I
time.
mean, it doesn't matter to me, let's add, we can add in here that, the city will pay for it. If you don't go, don't show up, we'll add it in there that we'll hold it out of your paycheck.
So, right here on tips, it said tips should be 15%.
I think the maximum should be
Okay.
15%, because a lot of times, the tip would be more than the ticket.
Yeah.
Yeah. I ain't know they pay for the tips, I could pay for my tips alone.
Well, I'm the same way, but,
Well, let's go back to the city paying
That's in travel.
for the registration and stuff.
Pay-
okay,
pay
so the
78.
city will pay, we'll put it in the handbook that the city will pay for it, but if the person, whoever it is, police officer, council, dog catcher, whatever, if they don't show up for some reason, then that expense will be held out of their paycheck.
So what, that's on advanced travel expenses, is that what that will go?
Mhm. If you don't attend, whatever it is that the city pays for, we'll hold it out of your check.
Nah. Could be death in the family, anything.
That could be.
You can't word it like that.
Without
Your
prior
wife died, you're not going to the,
Okay, so this is what we'll do.
I mean, you just got to reword it, I'm
Well,
not
we'll
saying
reword it
that.
and just put, the council will have to decide if the
Yeah,
individual
it's gotta
pays for it or
be-
not pays for it. If the council approves everything else, that takes responsibility off me.
So, what would you say, in the event, a person,
In the
Family
event,
emergency?
in the event the individual does not attend, it will be up to council discretion if the individual have the, funds removed from their paycheck. Is that okay, Mr. Bradford?
as long as they got it.
I mean, it, like,
Okay, that's okay,
like,
that's
like
okay.
if y'all paid for something for me and my wife died and I didn't go, they'd be kinda understand, I'd just give y'all a
Yeah.
death certificate and that way you'd know, you wouldn't hold it out of my, paycheck.
I didn't mean to use that example, but
Do you wanna hold it out of their paycheck or just make them responsible for repaying it? Because that just makes payroll have to deal with one more thing.
I guess make them responsible.
Yeah. Repay it. What do you think? Make it-
Fine with me.
Here.
now what were you saying, clerk? If somebody was abusing the, travel expenses or something?
Well, specifically in reference to the tips.
The tip, oh,
Well,
that's what it basically pertains to, the tip.
Camera's off.
I'm against paying travel expenses in advance. For the following reason. There has meanwhile a policy been established that you're gonna ask for money in advance for breakfast, lunch and dinner. And if the amount is not used, then the tip is extremely high.
Because it says $60 a day for
Mhm.
meals.
Yeah.
Maximum, yes.
Unless,
Maximum
$15.
$60 a day. and you-
unless you're in some
Right.
place like Washington DC, and it's a little different, but,
Right, but that needs to be approval from, I believe, the mayor or the council, if it goes over, or if you're gonna go to Washington DC, you are not expected to stay within the $60, because, breakfast alone is probably $25 to $30. So, what I'm saying is, if I'm asking for breakfast, lunch and dinner, money in advance, and I turn in a receipt, and on the receipt I have a handwritten tip amount, it makes it up in most of the cases up to the amount which was requested in advance.
So are you asking that 3 meals,
I personally been asking for not paying money in advance for meals.
most meetings I go to, and y'all too as well, y'all all know, I don't have expense tickets, because all the meals are right there, and I just eat what they, serve us.
I don't really eat the meals that they serve us. I stop at restaurants.
When I, let's put it this way. If I gotta go somewhere and I have breakfast, at the convention, so I don't have to spend money. I have a lunch paid by somebody at the convention, I don't have expense for lunch, okay? Then tonight I gonna go out and gonna eat a steak for $65. That means $60 is the maximum. That's what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying, and when I travel with my school, we have a set amount. It said this is the amount for the day.
Right.
Anything you go over, that's on you.
I understand.
So, it's
So
set for the
you-
day, and like, we have to turn in the agendas, and if they are offering, breakfast or lunch there, then that meal is taken out.
Right.
So, you know, we have a set,
I
a set
understand
amount,
it.
yeah, so I agree,
understand it,
yeah.
yeah. I don't want to accuse anybody
Yes.
of mishandling, city money.
Yeah,
But to me, asking for a lunch in advance, and there is not many departments who've been doing that. For meals, money in advance for meals.
I mean,
We
I don't
don't
see,
do that
I don't
either.
really know, I don't see
Yeah, I
that
don't know
either,
why
I
we
mean,
would do
bring
that.
your
To-
receipt in.
And be
To
reimbursed.
do, I have a problem with that,
Yeah.
because I see the receipts coming back and,
I don't think that, they should know that anyone should be giving money in advance for meals. You turn in your receipts and then you're reimbursed,
correct.
yeah.
And we reimburse within latest 10 days.
Yeah.
We pay back
Yeah.
the money.
That's how it should be.
I mean, hotel fees, all that stuff, that's how it
Yeah.
should be, you bring your receipt in
And you're
and get
reimbursed,
compensated, but as far as like we were saying about the registrations
But-
and stuff like that, that's different.
Yeah.
With your hotel
But you
fee
got-
and
I
all
mean,
that.
You gotta understand that some city employees, they live from paycheck to paycheck, just like some of us do. So they don't have that extra money to take with them,
That means you don't go.
okay?
Well, it,
That's not-
I mean, the city could go ahead and could set a per diem, per day,
Yeah.
based on the governmental, regulations, which is, I believe, $55 or somewhere in that area. But that means if somebody is on a diet, that person gets $55 for not eating. And I prefer
I prefer to pay by the
to
ticket.
pay by
Yeah.
the expense receipt.
Alright, Spencer. Well, yo, I'm gonna have to cut it short, you guys have a happy New Year, it's my son's birthday.
So there, I have a problem with money.
Yeah, I don't think that should be, I don't think they should be given in advance. When you turn in your receipt, then you're reimbursed.
But Teresa, you've got some people that don't have an extra $20 or $30, but their job requires them to go somewhere and get certified.
They should bring their receipts back with along the extra money then, if they're gonna do it like that, they should bring their receipts back.
Well, I agree to bring the money they don't spend back.
Yeah, with the difference, with their receipt and what they spent it on.
So do you really think you're gonna get the money back that they didn't spend?
No.
That's gonna be reasonable.
It's just like this, if they get, I don't know, what's the normal request, Mr. Floyd?
Money in advance,
Uh-huh.
$30 for dinner, $20 for lunch, and $10 for breakfast. Makes the $60.
Yeah, I didn't even
Okay,
know
so-
you gave advances.
So they ask,
Man, I didn't either.
so if they're gone 2 days, they ask for what, $120?
Yeah.
And generally, how much of their tickets they turn in? Varies.
More or less,
Some more, some less.
Okay.
Let's put it this way.
okay.
The majority, 99% is less,
Mhm.
but not less in an amount that you would say, well, one meal was
It's in your,
not
municipal
paid.
review.
Because in some instances, $10 for breakfast is not enough. Depends what you eat.
Yeah,
In some instances, you say, okay, I have in the morning, I have a donut and a cup of coffee, is $6.50. I eat something for lunch, $22,
yeah.
and in the evening, I spend another $25.
Yeah, but as
It
long as it's,
depends.
you know, $60 a day, how, you know, if it's exceeded, I don't know. I mean, because you may not spend $10 on breakfast, but you may pick
No.
it up for lunch or dinner, you know,
Yeah.
and that's okay, but
Or
as long as it's not exceeding that $60 a day.
spend $18 for breakfast and I skip lunch.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as it's not exceeding the $60 a
Right.
day.
But
But do you expect to get that money back?
A big step is made when the tips are not supposed to be more than 15%.
Okay.
Because we had instances where the tip was 28%.
Yeah, they're just rounding out their expense. That's the reason, that'll correct that problem with that cap 15%.
Yeah. But it,
I mean, you know, when I travel with my, when I travel with my job, I'm not giving it advance. You know, my food, my expenses, I'm just not. And whenever the receipts are turned in and we complete the expense report, then they calculate, they look at our food, the total for our meals, and then they just add 15% to the total, and that's your tip. You see what I'm saying? And and that's the fair way to do it. It's just, you turn it in, they figure it out, and you get 15% of your total.
I have nothing against 15%.
But I'm
Because
still saying the advance.
I realize that the tip is 15%, but money in advance, I personally have a problem with,
Yeah.
and I never ask for money in advance.
Yeah, me either. I didn't know you
And the
did that.
majority of all employees have a credit card. And, I can understand if you say, okay, I have to go to New Orleans and the hotel is at least $120, just to play a number. If I really have issues with, then I gonna make my reservation, turn in maybe a request for payment, get my $120 and turn in the final bill. If it's less, I can see that if it's high. But if I go 5 days,
Yeah.
then it could be put even on a city credit
Yeah,
card.
I have no problem with the advance payment or even the city taking care of the hotel expenses.
Right.
But in advance for meals,
That's where I have
Yeah, that
a
makes no
problem,
sense.
because there's a gray area where I
What you think
wouldn't
about that?
want to say to manipulate, but it's a.
no?
So you're saying $60 per day for the meal, plus a 15% tax? Tip.
Yeah.
I mean, that's fine, that's
Yeah.
$69.
Right. But the $60 was raised from, I believe, 45 or 50, due to arguments of breakfast and lunch.
Right.
I have no issue with saying, okay, we're gonna go by the governmental per diem.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Whatever, if you're gonna go to Rouge Steakhouse in Baton Rouge, right next door to the Grand Plaza, you're gonna get maybe some rolls and butter and some water for $60.
$60, yeah.
So you know that your $60 will not help you.
Yeah.
But that's up to you.
Yeah.
So if you go by the per diem, we don't have to worry about receipts.
Yeah.
But
That's better.
it's easier.
Mm-hmm.
The auditor is not looking for receipts.
Yeah.
It's just, okay, $55, you turn in your travel request,
Yeah.
you're gonna write down $55 a day.
It's easier to do.
4 days is $220 if you eat or not.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
But that's how the city wants to do it. If you don't go by the governmental per diem and you set it like it is right now, you have to ask for a receipt. And I pay only by receipt.
We need to go by the per diem and have it set. Now, with the exception of, you know, you do have some, cities where the cost of living is more expensive, and
I
that's taken
understand
into
that.
account. I think
Yeah.
it's then, what, maybe $75 a day or something. It may even be more than that, cause that's how it is with us.
But we make the exception now.
Yeah.
If somebody is traveling to Washington DC, $60 is nothing.
No. So that's fine. We need to add that in here.
Well, first of all,
On the
advance,
travel.
yeah, under the travel and the advance payment needs to be changed. The advance payment policy. Because it has to be turned in, I believe 7 days prior to travel. It needs, if it's $200, it needs to be approved by the mayor. What happens if the mayor is not there? Then they're gonna go to the clerk. The clerk signs off on the $200. And no more money in advance, period.
Okay.
But it needs to be worded correct, because the city has an individual travel policy besides that book. So it needs to be reworded, word,
Reword,
yeah.
reworded.
No travel advances.
Well,
Travel
I have no
advances will-
problem with that. Bring me your receipts and I pay you. And we pay quick. It's not that you have to wait 3 weeks, Mr. Bradford, for your meals.
I ain't had a problem with it.
No, just,
Yeah, I mean, because honestly, I feel like if, you know, there's a trip coming up and you have to, you have to be prepared. I just don't.
I mean, we had instances where the check is requested, or the advance money is requested 3 and 4 weeks in advance. So what I'm doing meanwhile is I'm holding at least till 3 or 4 days prior, because
What you think?
I'm good, yes.
No travel advance? No.
Anybody have anything else?
I need a phone.
Advance
A
travel
phone.
expenses will not.
Well,
gonna-
but there's Verizon,
I mean, the
Mobile
city.
Road, and
Y'all pay for other supervisors, I get more calls pertaining to city business than mine. In half time, my phone won't work.
we don't answer it, they'll call up here, believe me.
I mean,
I'll just make sure when we email you, we do it from my computer, cause you get my emails.
I don't know why one is
I don't
confused.
know what's wrong with it.
I mean, it worked fine after they looked at it
It
the
might not
first
be
time.
his, it might be yours, actually, now that I think about it.
The first time it worked fine after you had it.
So,
Yeah,
it just
I
says,
will look at it and work,
advance
now
travel
it's not
expenses
working.
will not be granted unless
Something's
it's for
going on.
registration fees. That's
I'll
the
have to
only
look
thing will be
into it.
paid in advance.
But I'm the only one who don't
Yeah,
get it.
so-
Fine. I have no problem with that.
That's why I think it's yours, not
Something's
his,
wrong, yeah.
so.
Maybe it's my fault.
No,
Right,
And
yeah,
I
but
think it's
it
more
made-
about the registration fees.
I can't afford
if the
another one, he
individual
just
does not
told me he
pay,
wasn't gonna buy one.
It's at the county, it's at the county.
But see, what happens normally
If I keep doing it,
if somebody goes to,
I'm hungry.
the line crew, for an example, or the water crew, is going to the convention.
Capsule on that.
They don't